Well, a very good morning and welcome to Brasilia, the capital of Brazil. It's day one of the Brasilia Grand Prix, and I'm delighted to be sitting alongside former world champion Loretta Cusack-Doll. Very good morning to you, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon. And already the music that's been playing here has got us all ready to go here. As you can see, the Brazilians like to celebrate even before it's even started.
Well, it's going to be quite a tournament. It's a return to Brazil for the Grand Slam, the IJF World Tour. We used to be in Rio de Janeiro. They've moved us up to Brazil. Why not? Let's have a go at this and we'll see how we get on. Anyway, as it's day one, we've got 5 weight categories to bring you. We're going to run through the 5. It's 3 women's and 2 men's weight categories, and we'll start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 60 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Francisco Garrigos of Spain. The number 2 seed is Eric Takabatake of Brazil. The number 3 seed is Albert Oguzov of Russia, and the number 4 seed is Islam Yashuev, also of Russia. Loretta, who out of those, or maybe anyone else, should we be looking at?
There is a couple I have looked to sort of highlighting a little bit later, but when we look at the actual draw, we start from a number 9 seed, which means that this really opens up the competition for some real big surprises and people to get an opportunity to prove themselves in these events. But one
who's going to surprise us then?
For me, the ones that I feel that surprise in Pool D, Presido from
Lenin Preciado,
he's from Ecuador, and he actually has defeated Takabatake from Brazil in the Pan American Championships this year to take the gold medal. Again, South American competition, is it going to be something that he feels comfortable with, and will he produce some good judo like he did before? So that's someone to watch. And Nabayev of Kazakhstan, again another youngster. Sadly they're in the same pool, and so one is going to knock the other one out, but again someone that's been looking very good. Junior world bronze medalist back in 2017. Very strong lad, someone to be looking at the future, but I think he'll give a good performance here today. Okay,
we shall see how that one pans out. That's the under 60 kilo category. In the under 66 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Daniel Cagnan of Brazil. The number 2 seed is Manuel Lombardo of Italy. The number 3 seed is Kilian Lebluch of France. And the number 4 seed is Sebastian Seidel of Germany.
Well, again, I'm looking at the draw just mentioned, but Lebluch for me is one of my favourites to take the gold medal here today. I know it's a big sort of gutsy thing to say, but after his performance in the World Championships, I was really impressed, not only in the individual but in the team event. He has shown that he's got some real promise in there. And also Lombardo, again, he's a strong, but they are in the same half, so they will meet each other if they get to that quarter-final, semi-final stage. So the Pool C and Pool D are very, very strong, and there's going to be some real big battles for those to go through to that next round.
Okay, we've got 3 women's weight categories to look at. The under 48 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Milica Nikolic of Serbia. The number 2 seed is Catarina Costa of Portugal. Number 3 seed is Laura Martinez of Spain. And the number 4 seed is Shira Rishoni of Israel.
Well, I've gone for the number 2 seed, Costa of Portugal. She's my favourite. Again, as I always call the little 48 kilos, the little pocket rocket, she's definitely one of them. But there's some good players in that half, so she's going to have some challenges, and that'll be against Lee of China and also Menz of Germany, and they're strong athletes. I think Nikolic is a little bit out on her own there, but she has got a couple of good players like Carola of Mexico. Again, she really performs well in the South American countries, and she's got quite a few results under her belt in the South America. But you've also got Rishoni as well, that's a consistent athlete and will perform well. But on what stage will she get to that final? It will be challenging, but she's got a good chance because Pool A and B are not as strong as the bottom half.
Okay, let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 52 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Tsunoda Natsumi of Japan. The number 2 seed is Evelyn Schopp of Switzerland. Number 3 seed is Ana Perez Box of Spain. And the number 4 seed is Gefen Primo of Israel.
Well, again, there's Tsunoda of Japan. You're hoping that she will do extremely well here today. She hasn't got Abe and Shishimi here, so they're the top seeds. Those are the ones that she's always battling against. Without them out, with them out of the way, it gives her a chance to take that gold medal. But in saying that, in Pool B, she's got Gudfrida, who's Olympic silver medalist, and this year took a gold medal in Tbilisi, and she's someone that will be looking for that prime place on that podium, and that will most probably be one of her strong opponents if she gets through. Primo as well, from Israel, who again is a young athlete coming through, has got some really strong results under her belt, and someone that I think that could be challenging in the top half. And you've got on the bottom, got Perez Box. I think for me, Perez Box has been looking on form, could be one that will go through nicely at the end.
Okay, we've got one more weight category and a couple of minutes before we get underway. In the under 57 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Rafaela Silva of Brazil. The number 2 seed is Teresa Stoll of Germany. The number 3 seed is Nakoda Smith-Davis of Great Britain. And the number 4 seed is Sarah Leone Sissik of France.
Well, I know that Brazil will be wanting silver to take the gold medal here. Not a silver, but a gold medal here in Brazil. But she's got a tall order there. When you look at Pool B, you've got Sissik of France. And for me, in the World Championships, Sissik for me was one of the athletes of that weight category, and someone who's showing great potential to be an Olympic medalist as well. So really, I feel that Sissik could take the gold medal here. That's put my neck on the line there. But in the bottom half, again, it's a very strong lineup. You've got Neto, you've got Smythe-Davis, world bronze medalist, you've got Stoll, who's the number 1-2 seed. So again, there's going to be some battles going on in that bottom half. But for me, Sissik for taking the gold.
Yeah, just quickly I want to go back and mention something that Loretta said about the under 52 kilo category, and it's about Tsunoda Natsumi. In the absence of the big two, Abe and Shishimi, both of whom have won world titles.
Yes, that's right.
Tsunoda, for me, could have been world champion if the other two weren't around, yes. from Japan. Here's another one of those ones where, here's the chance, here's the opening. She needs to grab this, dominate that weight category, and I'll be interested to see when, if and when she comes up.
Well, she's world silver medalist, she's world masters champion, she won the silver, and as you can see, it's the first and second she battles for all the time. She's a great athlete, and really it's going to be hard to stop her taking that gold here today.
We shall see how that goes. We're going to start by going to mat number 1. We're going to see the opening contest in the under 52 kilo category. Maria Taba of Brazil faces Liu Liping of China. It'll be Taba in the white judogi, Liu in blue. Sit back and enjoy the action.
In white for Turkey, Sinan Sandal.
Okay, we get to see them in the entrance. A little bit of nerves there in the background as they prepare. That's our first look at Maria Taba.
Yeah. Well, she looks a little bit nervous out there, and rightly so. She's in front of the home crowd here, representing Brazil, but what a great looking athlete. She's, as you can see, dancing away there, shifting from left to right, and now comes into the field of play.
I think she was at breakfast this morning, just sitting a couple of feet away from us. Could have been. Anyway, here we go. Opening contest in this Brasilia Grand Slam, a return to top flight judo for the Brazilians after a bit of a break.
It's been 6 years, hasn't it?
Yeah, as far as the tour is concerned. Of course,
yes.
They were concentrated on the Olympic Games, weren't they?
Olympic Games, yes, in Rio. So
that one kind of kept them concentrated on other things. Nice turn over there.
That was very, very good.
Not finished quite yet.
Well, the Brazilians are very strong in their niwaza as well, and
Chance for the
she's working there on the edge of that contest area, trying to draw that second leg in and work off the arm. There was a bit of the sangaku going on and the jujikitami. She really couldn't make her mind up on what positioning she was going to get. Sadly, ended up with nothing.
You can see when a fighter comes to the tatami, and we haven't seen them before, just how tidy they move around the tatami and how comfortable they look.
She flows well, doesn't she?
Yeah.
She moves gracefully
nice
around.
posture.
And here an attempt of the Sangaku once more. Liu came in with a nice combination just before going down into the ground with the Sianagi into the Kouchigari. So that's something that the Brazilian will have to watch. But she's picked up her first Shido, to the crowd being very unhappy about that, but she still hasn't really advanced into an attack yet. She looks controlled, but not engaging. Leo just seeking medical attention here. Quite sure it was either a nosebleed or a burst lip. Always difficult for the athlete that's left to stay in the zone, as they would say, and very composed. Well, she knows that she's picked up that Shido, so that's the little warning from the referee to say you've got to start getting involved now.
I wonder why it is that I can't remember having seen her before. She's got that kind of poise about her. The Brazilians would have sent her somewhere.
She looks very young.
And then I would have remembered. I just feel a little bit odd at seeing someone come on to the mat who looks that confident and that competent. Like you said, she's only 20.
Yeah.
So she is young. Let's have a look and see where she's fought before.
Well, she's right down on the world ranking at 158. We know that, so obviously hasn't been on the world tour.
Yeah. Well, the only place I would have seen her was at the Junior World Championships. It was in Bahamas once, and missed seeing her there because she was out in round 1. Had a couple of contests the year before. Yeah, so there were only 2 occasions when I could possibly have seen her, and she was out in round 1 second round in Oberwart in Austria, the European Open. Could have seen her there. She lost to Hashimoto Yuki. Wow, back in 2017.
Tough one.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
very tough.
One of the greatest ever exponents in Newaza, Hashimoto Yuki in Japan.
Well, Taba now is starting to come alive a little bit here, and the crowd is supporting her very well. A couple of exchanges there in the tachiwaza, and once again she perseveres in the niwaza. She looks very confident when she transitions into the ground, so obviously a little bit of a danger there for China. She comes in with the uchimata. Kouchigari there from an exchange from Liu. Well, 2 minutes and 14 seconds remaining in this contest. No scorers yet, only 1 Shido on the board. That goes to Taba. She picked that up in the early minute of the contest. And Liu now in the Niwaza. Too long of a pause down in the ground, and the referee obviously felt that there was very little on offer.
Yeah, you know, some people ask, well, how come, you know, the referee didn't give her as much time as he gave Taba when Taba was, you know, in Newaza. And I know this referee and have known him for a long time. Trust his judgment, and I know what was the thought process there. He looked at what was happening, and he determined that this was not really going anywhere. So he called Mate. He's not going to just let you stay there just for the sake of it. Taba, however, he looked at and thought, hang on, there might be something happening with a roll and everything. So he just gave her that little bit more time. And Roland Poiger, that's the referee in the middle, is astute enough, and he's got enough experience to know when he sees something that he can recognize. And if there's one referee out here today, I think John Ramaker's, possibly a couple of the others, Everardo Garcia, they know Newaza, you know, so they would allow that to happen. She may pick up a penalty here for that false
For
attack.
that
He's going to let it go
Tomonagi,
because there's a
yes.
chance for Liu to come up with something. But that wasn't the strongest of Tomonagi's, was it? And the speed with which she attempted to enter into a Newaza action afterwards suggests that part of the reason for using that Sutemiwaza to draw her opponent in to Newaza.
Surprising though, it was the first time we'd seen her make that attempt of a Sutemiwaza,
Yeah.
the Tomonagi. So I think what he's done is given her the benefit of the doubt. She's done it once, but now he's going to mark that one.
Yeah.
If she does it again, I think you're right.
Yeah.
She will pick up a Shido for that. Because I think you're right behind it. The idea behind it is to get her into Newaza. She really wants to work down in the ground, and that was a good opportunity. But it was a very poor attempt, and it was too much of an open book, really, to show what she was doing.
Need to be slightly more subtle
Exactly.
about your entry, if that's your game, you know.
Yeah, totally agree.
Liu got some problems with the finger, I think, elbow as well, hand.
I'm not quite sure.
Could have just fallen on it in the action.
Yeah, like the
A
shoulder.
dead hand
Yeah.
or something, trying to slap some life back into it. No score as yet. Good little battle. A little bit rushed with that Ippon Seoinage effort. That's what she was shaping to attack with.
The better attacks have actually come from Liu.
Yeah.
She has that combination, which is a nice combination of the Ippon Seoinage, the Koujigari. As she steps off, it's turning through for the Seoinage. And she keeps working on it. And there's the second Shido now being given to Taba.
Liu just put the foot to the ground there, didn't she? Foot to the gas there, stepped up with a few attacks. And now the Brazilian, 2 Shidos against her.
Well, she really now needs to sort of dig in deep here, the Brazilian. One more would result in the hand sokomaki. And I'm quite sure she hasn't built up to this day to go out on 3 penalties. But she's up against a tough opponent that sees the benefit of being in the driving seat, comes in with a Kouchigari once more, and that using that combination of techniques for the Kouchi Seoinage movement. Well, while she's attacking, then the idea is that the Brazilian is defending, and this is what she's done a few times. She's hooked on that arm, she's got the Seoinage again, she works with using that leg. It's becoming a little bit more predictable now, but still effective enough for the referee to feel that there's a lot more work coming out from Liu.
And if she's not careful, Taba's going to let Liu steal this one without really putting herself at risk, the tiny Chinese, just by throwing in a few attacks here and there, keeping it reasonably safe. Oh, chance for the turnover. No.
Taba, she was looking for it, wasn't she? But defended well there.
Could be it, you know.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe they'll give her one more roll of the dice there.
Well, there was 2 attacks.
Yeah,
That's
done,
the 3rd one, and I think they're...
She had the warnings.
Yeah.
Vamos então ao próximo combate no tatame de número 1, categoria até 52 quilos no feminino.
Well, if you haven't had enough of the Brazilians, we've got another one coming up next. Yasmin Lima, there on the right side of your shot. She's up against Fabienne Kocher. It'll be Kocher in the white judogi, Lima in blue.
Well, Kocher, we know, is quite an experienced athlete on the world circuit, and Lima, don't really know too much about this young lady, other than again, she looks quite a young athlete. An attempt of Sutemiwaza, though, gets straight into action. Kocher defends. Didn't look in any way a threat on that Tominagi tour. Gets the high collar grip though, works towards the edge of the contest area. Lima defending well. Koshiguruma. Oh, and the Uranagi flying over the back there. She was just waiting for that. Gotcha. That should have been a result there, but we're going to have a quick look at it from here. Yep, it was definitely the Ippon. Timed very nicely indeed off the Koshiguruma that Lima was attempting there, left herself a little bit exposed, and Kosho just was waiting there to pounce.
Just that, as Loretta was saying, just that little bit more experienced, sharper.
Yes.
You can't afford to be hanging around there and, you know, hoping that something will happen off the hip and you won't get dumped, you know, the way she did there. On the tour, those sorts of players, they're going to bury you every time.
Yeah, well, she'll be up against Primo in the next round, so that'll be a much tougher second round match.
Next contest, the first round, women under 52 kilos. In blue, for Panama, Christine Jimenez. In white for Spain, Nina Esteo.
Well, the Pan American looking down at working for the Niwaza, but again the referee felt that was very little on offer in the ground. The Spaniard throwing that arm right over the top. Great exchange of the grips. And the Spaniard's very dangerous on her high collar grip. As you can see, she's trying to get it. Comes in as she throws that arm over the top, those long legs coming in for the Ouchigari as well at the same time.
We're going to have a name for
that
that Ouchigari, aren't we? That
yeah.
Safety Ouchigari.
Yes.
You never did that.
No.
Never. You know, never
well,
ever saw
it's
you.
Not in the positioning of going so high to then hook so low. It just gives your opponent, if they're quick enough, to react with a counter. You have to be in the inside, you have to bear down in the core rather than trying to capture, unless you're working it for a combination of the Ouchi Uchimata or the Ouchi Koshiguruma. It's just dangerous to do it on its own.
Yeah, I don't like that. I suppose it's, you know, when you get taught from an early age and you have a really traditional teacher and you learn
yes.
all the things by the book, you end up not being able actually to feel comfortable with that kind of Ouchigari on the right leg with the left knee on the floor dragging behind. I mean, I don't know, what's that?
Well, with that high collar grip, I was never able to reach anyway, so I always kept to the traditional grip. Especially on a taller opponent, it's always a danger. Well, Spaniard now looking in the Niwaza. She's got all that arm, she's controlling it, but she doesn't have the head at all. So a lot of effort being put into the Niwaza, and really it's not effective at this moment at what she's attempting to do. She's got, it's the turnover she's looking for, not the actual arm. That leg needs to be a lot more powerful. You can see what she's attempting, and there she has it eventually, a slightly different angle. Nice maneuver. And at first it looked like she was going for the Sangaku, but all along she was looking for that turnover, and her opponent just fell into that trap. Well, that was a great win for Estino Lini, who goes through to the next round, and she's going to be really challenged in that next match, which will be up against Gudfrida from Italy.
In white, Judo representing People's Republic of China.
Right, we'll continue with the Brazilian theme. It just happens to have worked out that way. Larissa Pimenta of Brazil takes to the tatami. She's up against Zhang Kexin of China. Pimenta in the white judogi, Zhang in blue, and we have seen her before. I know you recognise her immediately.
Yeah, and the judo is superb, this young lady from Brazil. In Baku, she was bronze medalist. And I think that's when I sort of got a sort of a glimpse of her. She's only 20 years of age, and quite special really in this weight category. She's got lovely judo and moves so well in the Newaza. She's also Pan American champion as well, and then it was, yeah, there was a few, Baku, Antalya and Tbilisi. She took bronze medals in all those competitions. Shows she's a consistent athlete in this weight category. Oh, she nearly got clipped there by China there, straight over. Managed to recover on that last exchange, but now works away in the Newaza. Tries to work on the Sangaku, trying levering on that arm.
Ooh, Kanegoshi almost. Don't see that often.
You don't see it very often. I must admit, it wasn't very effective,
yeah,
though, and especially on one hand. But good effort, good effort. It's nice to see other techniques in the Gokyo. Well, we're just coming up to halfway mark. There's still no score, but definitely there's no Shidos. Both been very active in this contest.
I wonder if she's going to go back to the footwork.
She's going to work with her feet, and her feet are
yeah,
nice.
lovely,
feet
lovely,
are
nicely balanced.
Very good footwork. Oh, well, that was a nice little exchange there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it just happened that the timing was wrong for both of them. They were both in motion at the time, so neither able to come up.
Yeah.
With it. Diana Zhigaros of Russia has just been defeated by Liu Tongjian in the under 57 kilo category. That's on the adjoining mat. That was a tough first round contest for both of them. Liu Tongjian, one of the best players in the weight category, yet to really, you know, hit the big time with a big result there, but always there or thereabouts. And Diana Zhigaros, one of the, you know, one of the most attractive fighters as far as the style and everything is concerned, always getting a bad draw. Very bad luck for her to come up against the tough Chinese there.
Representing Ukraine, Maria Skora.
And again, another exchange in Newaza. Well, for me, China has been stronger on the combination techniques. The ashiwazas of the Brazilian is also very, very strong here. Both different styles of judo, but both very strong in their own desired sort of technical expertise.
Just ends up keeping you, you know, well, I call it keeping your opponent true.
Yes.
You know, they don't want to be leaning in too far with the feet because they're concerned about the work there. Yeah, Wazari.
Combination there with the Ochigari and switched it through into the Sumigeshi. A nice combination right on the edge of the contest area. She made that look so easy. I'm surprised there was very little defense coming from China on that one.
Well, she leads now with 20 odd seconds left to go. A bit of backpedaling for the first time in the contest, and she's penalty free, so why not?
Well, dynamics of this match is going to change quite a bit. We're coming into the last seconds, and you'll see China accelerating a little bit more and change of pace.
That'll be the first win for a Brazilian then.
Yep.
Didn't the first two that we showed lose?
Yes, that's correct.
So Pimenta.
The scoreboard doesn't actually show anything on the screen.
Yeah, on our screen, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Pimenta has won out there. We've already rolled round to the next contest, but Pimenta has won that by a single score of Wazzari. We are going to continue here on mat number 1. Luz Olveira of Mexico goes up against Astrid Neto of France. It's Olveira in the white judogi, Neto in blue.
In white judogi for Mexico, Luz Olveira.
We're both trying to exchange and get the better grip. Neto, as you can see, he's got that right hand on the collar. Just a defensive move though, but the Mexican comes in with the Kochigari, now follows through into the Niwaza and digs in very quick on that neck. The Shimiwaza looks to be there, the referee having a good look to make sure, and it is. It's only the fingers that's trying to tear the collar off her neck.
It's got to be careful to watch that she doesn't go out there. Nope.
Well, I'm surprised she managed to hold on for that. Neto made the mistake there. She needed to really drop the hips down. She kept too high and started to move the head around with her. Well, what she needed to do is to isolate the movement of the head and drop the hips into the strangle. But a good start for Neto. That'll build her confidence in this contest.
Tatami 2, next contest.
Olveira will be a little bit, well, again, she's left herself really exposed to the Shimiwaza. The transition in Niwa, she's got to be careful there.
In white for United States of America, Amelia Fuentes.
High collar grip once more, drawing the hip in, looking for the Ochuchimata combination. And for the defensive action there, the Mexican picks up a Shido.
Yeah, she had one for passivity earlier, so not the best position to be in with so much time left on the clock.
Yeah, it's a long way to go, and you've just gone past the halfway mark in this contest. For Olveira, she's up against a tough opponent, but really now has to start trying to dig in deep and take a little bit more onus in this contest. Easier said than done though. She comes in with the Seanagi just there on the edge of the contest area. A bit more of a desperate attack, I just feel.
Vamos agora para o tatame de número 2, categoria até 57 quilos no feminino. De Angola, judogi.
Neto throwing that right hand once more, has the sleeve grip nicely controlled, works on the shoulder, controlling the head, using the ashiwazas, and stumbles her opponent down into the ground.
Vamos para o tatame de número 3, categoria até 57
We've been on mat 1 from the opening contest. Of course, it would be worth saying that there are 2 other mats. Perfectly happy to click on mat number 2 or mat number 3 and pick up the action in one or either of those weight categories, but we're going to stick here on mat number 1 for the foreseeable future. Actually, we're going to be here for quite some time.
Quite some interesting matches coming up on this mat, as we highlighted earlier on. But there's the third and final Shido going to the Mexican Olveira. really couldn't get past the strong gripping style of Neto, who comfortably takes the win and goes through to the second round.
On our live.ijf.org website, if you go to contest order, you'll see an option in there. I'll just introduce these two fighters here. Coming on to mat number 1, it's Brilith Gamara Caballal of Peru. She's up against Eloidis Valentim of Brazil. It's Gamara in the white judogi, Valentim in blue. Round 1 in the under 52 kilo category. Yeah, you can go to the upcoming contests and you can click on something called vote. I suppose that has to do with who you think will win. I'm guessing that. I don't want to click on it just in case.
No, I was looking at that earlier on and I
think
thought
it
that's
is
the same.
I'm going to click on scissors. I'll see what happens. Right, and you get the thumbs up, so I suppose it's who you think will win.
All right.
That might be of interest to you at home, those of you that like to click buttons and play around with things at home. You know, if you're looking for something to do at a loose end and you want to spice up your judo, then live.judo.org. No, live.ijf.org. I'll just say it once more. live.ijf.org. And you go to contest order and you can see what's coming up. A little box opens up with the weight category, or if you want, you can click open video and you can see the video as well. So all fancy things that they've introduced on that website. Some of them are a little bit too advanced for me. I'm in, slightly advanced in age, so it takes a little bit of time to catch up with catchy things like that. But young people at home, they know all about it by now.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe got better ideas to make it even to improve on it.
Send them in.
Well, we've got a minute and we have wrong scoreboard on it. 2 minutes and 21. Our camera man, whoever that is, decides to look on the scoreboard on the other mat for this contest.
They're a law unto themselves.
Well, it's been a very tricky match for both these athletes. Neither one of them been closer to getting the score that will take them through to the next round. One Judo on the board at this moment for Gamara Caballal. Well, Valentin defending there on that last exchange, but slow to react in a transition into the Niwaza. A bit of an afterthought looking for the Shimiwaza.
I can't afford to let opportunities like that go begging. Take every chance. In a way, what's happened with the return of Grand Slam Judo to Brazil, especially in this qualification cycle, they've got a Grand Slam, months before the qualification ends. They're on a winner here because they can put 4 in a weight category.
Yes.
Perfect chance, absolutely perfect chance for Brazilians to pick up some qualification points here. What a great move this has been. Good crowd in as well.
So it's been a nice atmosphere so far, and it's only just begun. I can imagine what it will be like this afternoon in the final block. But they're very knowledgeable judo players, aren't they? It's a very popular sport in Brazil, isn't it?
We put them as one of the big 5.
Yeah, and they have that Olympic success, which always helps, doesn't it?
Yeah. Japan, France, Russia, Republic of Korea, and Brazil.
Well, a shoddy attempt there, just lost a little bit of control on the back end of that. But we're into the last seconds of the contest. two Shidos, but Brazilian looking a little bit dangerous there for her. Her opponent trying to get past those legs, and at one stage it looked like she almost got her into the Osakumi. Well, both athletes looking very tired out there as we now enter into golden score.
Tatami 3, next contest. First round, women 57 kilos.
Camara.
In blue for Mexico.
Oh, there was an opportunity.
In white for Ivory Coast.
Well, they've given a score?
Yeah, it looks like they've given a Wazari.
Yeah, our scoreboard in the top left-hand corner is not signalling.
Yeah, they gave the Wazari there for the Brazilians.
But it's not showing on our graphic on the top left-hand corner. Not sure why.
Well, and it's difficult for us because of the angle that we're in. We're not able to see the live coverage of that scoreboard. We have to rely solely on the screen.
Luckily enough, I happen to have the
so you've got
scoreboards up there. I shall share those with you.
Thank you.
In my advanced technical state, I've got my own.
Right, well, good for
but
you,
for those of you at home,
down here.
yeah, but for those of you at home, I'll try and find out why it is that's not registering properly. Irem Korkmaz of Turkey faces Tatyana Cesar of Guinea-Bissau. It's Korkmaz in the white, Judogi Cesar in blue, and for those of you that have been around for a while, you will know that Tatyana Cesar had previously represented Brazil in another incarnation as Tatyana Lima. Got married, and her husband also represents Guinea-Bissau. Her father is from Guinea-Bissau, so that's how that one worked out.
Well, it's a strong match. Korkmaz, for me, is one of these shining young athletes coming through in this weight category, and just keeping a good eye on how she performs. And junior European champion, and also cadet world bronze medalist. So definitely someone that has gone through the ranks, a very young athlete, but has had some great performances throughout the year. And what we're seeing with the Turkish team, they are investing a lot in their women's judo, and there's some good athletes coming through.
I'm going to investigate why it is that our scoreboard on map 1 isn't keeping up with a score there. That's a nice tip from Tatyana Cesar. Just have a look and see whether or not Roland Poiga gave a score for that. Yeah, he did. I see. They're already trying to tidy it up. They're not waiting for me to go over there. They've taken them off, and they're going to see.
It's a nice exchange there. The Ouchigari. Korkmaz rolling her opponent over now, trying to work her way through in the Niwaza, getting on top of her opponent. Has to control the head, though. That's the thing. She's not got that control as yet. Now she does. But it's the sleeve she also has to take, otherwise it's a continuous roll through. Cesar staying in the lead now with 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in the contest. Hooking in with the Ouchigari. Nice exchange there, drives off. No score has yet been given, but it was very, very close. Well, they've given the Wazari, and rightly so. That Ouchigari, it was a continuous move, and definitely a well-deserved point on the scoreboard. Cesar with a Wazari. Korkmaz with 2 minutes evened it up with scoring a Wazari in her own right, but there's another nice counter from Cesar. Almost caught her opponent there for the final Shido, final Wazari. So 1.5 minutes remaining in this contest. High collar grip on the left side for Cesar. Comes in for that. Oh, another counter there. And again, have to have a look at that. I'm not quite sure, but it was almost close of a Wazari. It really did look like she'd scored there. Possibly the hand, the weight was forward rather than to the side, but the hand went down to brace herself from going over. Well, they're allowing that one to go, but almost caught her Cesar there. Korkmaz now has some time to come back, and in her own right she's capable of throwing and throwing big. As we've seen, she did well to come back into this contest after trailing for some time with a Wazari. Looks up now, works away in the Niwaza, has to tie up the top half of her opponent, securing that head, and as you can see she doesn't actually have that at the moment. She digs in looking for the shimiwa. As you can see, that left hand sneakily coming under the chin, and not quite sure if she's managed to, well, you can see the hand's been pulled away and she secures the leg between the legs to avoid the osakomi. Well, there was a good little bit of niwaza there.
Under 60 kilo.
Cesar very, very strong in her counter techniques and very dangerous indeed. Korkmaz initiating the first move, has to make sure that it counts, otherwise she'll find herself on the counter. So is she gutsy enough to go in and going big for the score, knowing that there's an element of risk of being countered by Cesar. Now that was an exchange. Well, that was a badly timed reaction from Korkmaz. She came in for an attack, and it was a reaction from Cesar as she fell across the top. Now, it was untidy. Whether it was calculated, that's another thing. And they thought that it was exchanged, and she went across, catching Korkmaz, and sadly Korkmaz is out of the competition, but Cesar will go through to the next round, and she'll be up against Polish opponent Perenik in that second round match.
The dummy one. Next contest, first round, women under 48 kilos. In blue judogi, representing Guatemala, Jacqueline Solis. In white judogi, representing Dominican Republic, Estefania Soriano.
So now we have Soriano in white, Solis in the blue. It's the first round of the under 48 kilo category, and we're into Pool B. The winner of this will go on to meet Rishoni of Israel. The Dominican comes through with a Makikomi attempt there. Good start for Soriano. Solis picks up her first Shido for ducking under the arm, classed as an avoidance. Well, as they battle to capture the ideal grip for them, neither one of them happy enough to follow it through with an attack as yet. The Dominican tries to drive across over onto that side for what looked an attempt of another Makikomi. Solis from Guatemala, 30 years of age, this young lady. She digs in deep into the Niwaza. Really, there's very little on offer for her there on the ground. Last result that we got from Solis was in Santo Domingo Pan American Open. This year was a 5th place. But the last medal was in March this year, where in Santiago del Chile Pan American Open she was a silver medalist. Did participate in the World Championships and gained a lot of experience there.
Tatame de número 2, vitória do Brasil, judoque branco, Alain Guabara.
Tatame 2, next contest. First round, men under 60 kg.
Tatame de número 1, categoria até 48 quilos feminino, de judoque azul da Colômbia, Luz Álvares, e de judoque branco do Brasil, Laura Ferreira.
So we have, representing Brazil here in the white, we have Ferreira, and representing Colombia, Alvarez in the blue. Ferreira in white, Alvarez in blue.
Tatame 2, representing Peru in white judogi, Dilmer Kale, didn't compete due to an injury.
No tatame de número 2, o atleta do Peru, Dilmer Kale, não pôde participar do combate por estar machucado.
Next category. Tatame 2, first round, men under 60 kg. In blue judogi, representing Bulgaria, Yanislav
Ferreira looking very strong, good posture, good positioning as she throws the long limbs over the top, that long arm coming over the back of her opponent, gives her a slight advantage in the domination in this contest. Again, controlling with those arms, tries to step in front of her opponent for a Sodi attempt, which looked like, and not really utilising the powers that she has, and those long limbs. You would think that she would, not having to engage so deeply in against her opponent, use the long legs to her advantage with the Uchimata, the Osotogari. Alvarez comes round, tries to trap that long arm over the top. I don't think she really has too much, and works around for the combination of the Kosota, switches for the Uchimata. Well, she's not really breaking the balance here of her opponents, and that's one thing she needs to do, otherwise she can find herself on the receiving end of a counter against the Brazilian. And that's that's looking so dangerous here at the moment. The Colombian, a lot smaller than her opponent, reaches over to try and trap the left side. Or in my opinion, she should just change the pace. Comes under with the Sienagi. Now that's a lot more like it. That's better judo to suit in the size and the obstacles that's in front of her at the moment, and the long limbs which are very dangerous. That long arm that comes deep onto the back slows down everything and controls her. So she really needs to stay free of the arm coming over the top. And in the exchange, working, coming under, using her feet to break up her opponent's balance. But now finds herself on the receiving end of the niwaza. Ferreira staying very much in control of how the pace of this contest is running. You just feel that Alvera is just reacting rather than taking action. This is a little bit more, but there's the danger. She comes in where her opponent's very, very strong, hooking in with the Ouchigari, but there's the counter. Kochi, good as she was, but her arms are just not in the right position. She's overreaching on the top and really has to stay in front of her opponent, taking the lapel and sleeve more or less, or coming around the waist, getting those hips in a little bit deeper than what she is at the moment. With 44 seconds remaining in this contest, the Colombian has a lot to offer in this contest, but at the moment the positioning of her hands is just not correct. Now is a little bit different. She's now got onto the lapel. Now this is slightly better because she can now maneuver both left and right, and she does so with that Sienagi technique, which means that the hips can come in, the shoulders can get past. Trapping the arm over the top is not ideal. The Brazilian working with her feet, stumbles her opponent down into the ground, now works for the Sangaku. Now she's tightly got that head in control. She's working away there, trying to get a turnover on it, but the referee, for some reason, calling a halt to it. Wasn't quite sure why it was a mate. Well, it's golden score. Maybe they called it because there was time up. Well, as the referee waits to try and get her to tidy up her gi.
Tatame de número 1, Brasil e Colômbia. Vamos para o Golden Score.
So 10 seconds into golden score. There's been an interesting match. Both having some real strengths and opportunities throughout the last 4 minutes. But as you can see, Alvarez again once more opting to go over the top of the arm and trap it. So we're coming up to the first minute. Ferreira stepping across with those long legs, trying to reach for the Osota or Big Oguruma, depending on which way she switched. But those hips definitely are dangerous when she comes across. Alvarez just manages to brace on that attempt of the Big Oguruma, but picks up her Shido now. There is inside grip. For me, an ideal positioning. She can come in using her feet, the Ouchi, Sianagi, the Koichigari as well. Frees that shoulder up slightly, but as you can see, she's getting absolutely ragged around here. And the Brazilian capitalizes on that positioning of the transitioning from the Niwaza up into Tachiwaza, scoring.
Vamos para o tatame de número 2, categoria até 66 quilos masculino, de judogi azul do Cazaquistão.
Well, Ferreira takes the win and a place in the second round in this weight category under 48 kilos. And that would be to the delight of this Brazilian crowd.
Vitória do Brasil, judogi branco, Laura Ferreira.
And Ferreira will be up against Costa, Catarina Costa of Portugal, the number 2 seed, my favourite for taking the gold here today.
Judogi branco, Federação Internacional de Judo, Sariuna Shishripova.
Sishripova here in the white. Francisco of Brazil in the blue. Well, Sishripova defending there, but not well enough as she's drawn back over onto her back there by Francisco. That now is securing the Osokomi. Can she maximise, but also working for the Shimiwaza as well, and that's on. Well, she had the Osokomi up to 10 seconds, now working away, looks very strong in the ground, leaving her options open. Now she's looking for the Jujigadami, but maybe not a wise decision. As you can see, that leg just been caught up there, which gives it less effect into being able to execute and taking that arm out.
Second round, men under 66 kilo. In blue judogi, representing Australia.
So with the leg trapped, the Osokomi no longer, and now she's persevering, looking up at the scoreboard, but with 2.5 minutes remaining, really, she should focus on the groundwork itself and not try to be stealing extra time in this contest. Obviously, her Niwas are very, very strong. Francisco working off the same side there. Draws her opponent down once more into the Niwaza, where she again capitalizes and punishes her opponent there in the ground. Sishripova really has struggled, but as you can see from the positioning of being underneath, is also looking for a Shimiwaza. Tomanagi, a good move there. Didn't get the finishing touch on it. Sishripova trying to get a little bit of life in those legs. Slight little bounce, but again, strong gripping style of her opponent. As she draws her down into the Niwaza, looking to try and turn her over there from that position. Francisco defending on that last attack, but nicely controlled, scoring upon. Well, Wazari, they've given it. Nicely controlled there. I think they'll have another look at that. From this angle, it looked like a score, there's no doubt about that.
Tatame de número 2, vamos para o Golden Score.
I was thinking, where did that voice come from?
That was lovely, that was. Just off, out of your shot, out of the camera, out of everything to do. Loretta's iPhone popped up saying, shiny.
Shiny.
A random piece of information provided by a rogue bit of technology.
Yeah, iPhone.
There you go. So single score was enough to do that. I'm not sure why that keeps disappearing from our
it's
screen.
the times as well just keep going as well.
No, that is.
Vamos para o Golden Score.
Oh, they didn't give a score
They
then.
didn't give it, and I thought they had. But Siotoshi there, nice attempt, straight off into the golden score. But yeah, I thought there was enough control on that exchange. But obviously they had another look at it.
I wonder if we just click on this one on its own, see what happens. Oh, we come to the contest itself. We watch it, and then we don't get to see what the. Oh, yeah, we do. Maybe that's the way to do it then. But then we haven't got the scoreboard.
No.
So, right, don't worry. We're just trying to work things out here. We'll see how that goes.
Tatami 3. Next contest, second round, men under
Well, Francisco has dominated it throughout, but as you see now, the first Judo on the board in golden score. Just not managing to finish any of the attacks she's put in up until now, but great gripping style. Brilliant Niwaza. A lot to offer in the ground if she can get that opportunity, but...
Sijipova is the fighter with the single penalty against her, I think.
Yeah. And Shipipova is she's very wary in the Niwaza. But a Shido apiece now. Sienagi,
I mean, trying to make something happen, isn't she? Got to be careful. You don't put yourself in a bad position and then they get caught out.
Well, this is the danger. She's in some way maybe trying a little bit too hard here. She has to be a bit more calculated in this golden score. For attempting the transition into the Niwaza, it was a poor attack, and that's where she picked up her first Judo, so it's a Judo apiece now.
Tatami 2, next contest. Second round, men under 66 kilo. In blue judogi, representing
just a reminder that you've got the opportunity of watching any of the mats, mat 2 or mat 3. We're continuing the action on mat 1, and immediately after this we're going to have the number 1 seed coming up.
Well, it's been a very challenging match for both these athletes, and but the Brazilian has always seemed to be the more dominant in the grip and the pace of which this contest has gone, and also in the Niwaza. Her Niwaza transition is also very strong. Possibly Uchimata attempt there. She comes round the back, and yes, she has it. A continuous move, a score in a Wazari, and a win in golden score. Well, the Brazilians will be very happy with that outcome. They had to wait some time for it, but it managed to come on top. And now in the second round we'll meet Martinez Ablenda of Spain in that second round. So as my colleague was saying, we're now up with the
W1 next contest, second round,
under 52 kilos.
Categoria até 52 quilos no tatame 1 agora.
In blue judogi, representing Russia, Daria Bobrikova. In white for Japan, Tsunoda Natsumi.
Daria Bobrikova of Russia. Not what you want first thing in the morning to be facing Tsunoda Natsumi.
No, definitely not. And this is one of the weight categories that really has a high level of participation in the world rankings. Tsunoda, number 4 in the world rank.
I wonder if we're going to see a little bit of what Tsunoda has to offer here, because really she should go through this like a knife through butter, to be honest.
You would think so, wouldn't you? But what I did feel in Japan for the World Championships, there was a lot of pressure, and there was some performances, the lack of performance of some of the Japanese, and I felt that pressure played a major part on those performances. Not the lack of ability, because technically they are very sound, great skills. But I felt that sometimes, in some cases, the pressure was just too much.
Bobrikova initially not wanting to get hold with both hands, and I think I can see why.
Yeah, that hip throw is...
Because as soon as she did, she looked as though she was going to come under threat from Tsunoda with that left-sided ogoshi. Tsunoda picked up a penalty for a false attack there.
Yes, very surprised. And I think it's a little bit of a settling process at this particular moment. And as you can see, Tsunoda trying to get her desired grip, and it's been broken off every time. And a more tactical approach for her opponent. Bobrikova doing it. Walked
nice.
Straight onto the Sutemi waza. That was nicely executed. Got to be a wazari on that.
Quite close to Ippon, actually.
Yeah.
Wazari's on the board. You'd have to stand up to see that. I don't mean that as a slight on our technical staff. I'm just telling them, you know, in order for us to give proper scores, we have to be standing up to see them now.
Oh, a lovely Sutemi waza again. This time that was Ippon. Couldn't have got her any flatter on her back if she tried. So within 1 minute and 26 seconds remaining in the clock, a wazari and a Ippon.
Just warming up, wasn't she?
Yeah,
Tsunoda.
just took her time.
If anyone of the... In fact, she is the only one of the Japanese women's team who I would say has what I would call a swagger. She's just got that little way about her,
Yeah.
you know. And she's like, well, I'm the one, you know. She gave the Portuguese fighter a bit of a stare there, didn't she, on the way off? Joanna Ramos? What was that about?
Well, Ramos, one of the more experienced athletes in this weight category, and what a performance she had in the World Championships, didn't she? I thought she was exceptional. It was the best I'd actually seen her for such a long time.
Well, if Joanna Ramos wins this, it will be Tsunoda that faces her in the quarter-final. I just want to go and check. Maybe there's some previous there. Hang on a minute. see what's going on. That was a bit of a stare down.
Psyching out her opponent.
In blue, for the People's Republic of China, Liu Liping. In white for Portugal, Joana Ramos.
So we have Lou in the blue and we have Ramos in white.
Right, let's have a look at the 52 kilo category.
On category 2.
Ramos 5th in the World Championships, as I said, a great performance in Tokyo. I think in general Portugal did perform very well in those World Championships, taking their first ever gold medal.
Tsunoda is 27.
27?
Wouldn't have thought that.
I didn't think she was, well, it's not old, but
No,
I didn't
but-
think she
but-
was
well,
as
heavyweight
mature.
terms,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Right, let's have a look at the contest, because what I want to do is to see what the history is with
Vamos agora para o
Ramos.
tatame de número 2.
No, there isn't any. I wonder why she, so she just gave her a bit of a stare because they're up next.
That's surprising for the,
Yeah,
the
she hasn't
age that
fought her.
both these athletes are,
Yeah,
that
that they
they've
haven't
never
gone.
ever met. There's never been a head-to-head.
She did fight Leandra Freitas, who is now on our IJF staff. Tsunoda Natsumi. They fought at the World Championships in Budapest in 2017, after which I think Leandra came to work for us, didn't she?
That's correct.
She's now working for us. Very nice addition to our staff.
Doing a
Leandra
great job
Freitas.
as well. Well, Ramos, as you can see, working in the shimiwaza. Looks like she's got it there. All the body language was oozing that confidence, but sadly wasn't able to maintain and get that finish. Well, Liu defeated in the first round Taba of Brazil. So she's had that warm-up match, unlike Ramos, who had a bye in the first round. So this is her first innings in this competition. And Ramos, both of them picking up for lack of engagement in this contest, both pitter-pattering away and trying to get a grip. Neither one of them confident enough. So 2 Shidos apiece. Well, this is looking like it could go horribly wrong for either one of these athletes if they make any more mistakes. Well, as they battle away to get that desired grip, Leo seems to be able to maneuver her opponent down, but there Ramos comes through for like an attempt of a sodi, lost the control of the sleeve. As she digs in deep, tries to drive through to get that lapel grip. Doesn't seem to be successful enough. Louis defending her off until she manages to get 2 hands on. Works away there on the edge of the contest area, but Ramos comes in once more for that sodi attempt, dropping to the ground. So this has been a battle and a half between both these athletes. Neither one of them looking anywhere closer of getting to that third stage of the contest, which is a crucial stage, is the quarter-final. And as they know, if they lose after that, they get a chance to come back for a bronze medal. But up until now, if they go out from this stage, they'll get nothing. .22 athletes participating in this under 52 kilos. And Amaka Komi, and she gets that score that she was looking for. and a place in the next round. So Ramos goes into that next round, but she'll be up against the number 1 seed, Tsunoda of Japan, and that's going to be a very tall order indeed for Portugal.
Tatami 1, next contest. Second round, women under 52.
Well, this is a young lady that I always feel that's got some real potential on this world tour. A very young lady from Israel, Primo, in the white here, as you can see, and she's up against Kosher of Switzerland. Now already Primo has been a real contender on the world circuit, picking up various results along the way. A very consistent athlete, only 19 years of age as well. Started off at the beginning of the year with a bronze medal in Tel Aviv, and nicely progressed to a bronze in Marrakesh, Ekaterinburg 7th, just missed out there, Baku bronze in Hoyhot, and eventually taken a gold medal in Montreal. So that was a good program set up for her by the Israelis that then went on to the World Championships. Sadly, although it was a good performance for a young athlete, didn't manage to get close to the positionings of the Worlds this time, but I'm quite sure we'll be seeing her firmly in a position in the Olympic Games. Just recently, after those Worlds though, she brushed herself off, dug in again, got back on that tatami and focused on taking that bronze medal in Tashkent. Not taking her foot off the acceleration. She is now working her way through the stage. She has had a bye in the first round, so she comes out in this contest very cold indeed. As we all know, the athletes do look for having a bit of a good draw and having a warm-up match just to let them know how their day's going to be. And obviously this is the real test for her against Kosher, being the first match for her in the second round. Kosher, on the other hand, she defeated Lima of Brazil, and that was a tasking match, but eventually came through to take her place in the second round of this competition. Primo trying to throw that arm over the top, and as you can see, Kosher tactically takes that arm every time, looking for the Makakomi, to the frustration of Primo, who wants to get that arm deeply over the back there, control the head and then work there. She's got it this time now, and this is the first time we've really seen an opportunity for Primo, and as you can see, Kosher tactically drops to the ground as she knows that she's fully under pressure there to being scored against, and taking the lesser option and picking up a Shido instead of a Wazari. Kosher throws herself down into the knee wire again. A false attack. She's got to be careful with that, because that was a ploy to get her opponent down into the knee waza. There was no breaking of balance, no exchange, of a real technical setup of that technique. Primo comes over the top again, catches the head, but for only a short period of time. Kosher controls that sleeve, that left hand, and works from off the sleeves. But as you can see, Primo trying desperately to break free of the grips. Primo, she fixes her gi, composes herself. The referee obviously, well, He's let that one ride at the moment. I thought Kosher would have picked up a Shido for that. She was very defensive on holding the sleeves, and that was obvious for Primo, trying to break free and get that arm over the top. As you can see, she's trying desperately to get the left hand catching the high collar grip. And Kosher tactically playing a very sound game here in this contest against Primo. Kosher straight into the Niwaza, goes for the Sangaku turnover.
Tatame de número 3, vamos para o Golden Score.
Primo advances on, again gets that sleeve caught up. Kosher knows what to do. So it's a golden score now. Kosher throws that arm over the top. The left hand comes in deep, hooks in with the Ouchigari. A great exchange just off seconds into the golden score. Great timing. Piling a little bit more pressure on Primo, who now tries to come back, throwing that arm over. But as you can see, Kosher controls that sleeve, that left hand sleeve that's making so many problems for Primo. Kosher comes in, no hands though. She turns her back on her opponent. Primo pounces into the Niwaza. Primo taking a Shido now. Kosher once again controls the sleeves. As they dig in deep there, looking for that desired grip, both wanting really the high collar, and Primo just manages them no more to get to the high collar as she comes across with the legs for the Makakomi, but because she was just about on the high collar, it wasn't secured enough to get the finishing touch. Kosher with the Sangaku, digs in deep there. Primo doesn't look in any trouble at this moment. Well, both battling for that high collar grip. As you can see, Kosher trying to get that arm over the top. Primo now starts to control the sleeve and working off the sleeve grip, unlike the previous 3 minutes where she was desperately just to try and get her desired grip first. Now she's playing a bit more of a tactical approach in this golden score.
Tatame de número 3, de Judo de branco, vitória do Brasil, Kainan Pires.
Two minutes, 20 seconds into golden score. Both now have that desired grip. It's who's going to attack first to capitalise on it. Well, there's a Makakomi there, and it's a consistent move. But Primo manages to brace on that with the left foot.
Representing
You would have thought that she would have maybe looked for the Niwaza. She had a good opportunity in that transition. Primo. Oof. Well, I don't know what that was for, but she will pick. Well, I don't, seemed a blatant movement there. She got a Shido for less. Well, she's a very lucky lady. Again, another Makakomi attempt, but this time below the elbow, which means there's very little rotation. It's just a fall flat on your face, and there you have it. Now, I think both movements deserved a Shido, and there on the second one, Kosha, well, I think rightly so, that's fair.
You've got to be fair. Having not given Primo one for her failed attack, how can you give one to Kosha?
Yeah.
I mean, they were two poor attacks, both of which deserved penalties, but having not given the first one, you couldn't give the second.
Give the second one.
You know, you tied yourself up.
Yeah.
That would have been so unfair.
It would have been, especially when you're talking within seconds of each other. Both exchanges were done, but again, they battle away, both trying to get that high collar grip. This time, and over the other side, instead of getting the collar, comes over the shoulder into the mat. And that was dangerous.
Well, I want to know what's going on with the arm.
For me, that was a real attack on the arm as she dropped. It wasn't a body didn't react by rotating into the Makikomi. She actually sat into that arm. That was dangerous.
And so many of them, Loretta, it's poor technique, poor execution of technique.
I'm very surprised on that.
Yeah, when you attack that arm, it's so dangerous.
Well, I wasn't quite sure what she was attempting there. It looked for the Makikomi, but she had no intentions of rotating the body. It looked like she'd maybe even tried to change her mind for doing a sumigeshi or something like this, a sutemiwaza.
And you could only end up
But she was only on the top,
yeah.
on the arm. So, very poor judgment.
I think she's had a hand sakumake for that before, you know, Geffen,
because
I remember
feeling,
Shani,
yeah.
you know, screaming and shouting about it.
Yeah, I think they have. And I know the Israelis have been on the receiving end of things like that.
Just recently with Tina Nelson-Levy,
So
she wouldn't have been too happy to have seen that.
No.
4 minutes and 18 seconds of golden score. Chance for the Sangaku turnover here. Geffen Primo defending that strongly. At last, we've got a player attacking the right leg.
And we've got some real quality of technique as well.
Go on. Oh, that was close. Good, well defended by Geffen Primo. Yeah, oh, that was close. Just managed to get the right elbow down. That was close. I was in the process of saying yes, there's a score, and she just got the elbow down. Again, Sangaku turnover attempted, but referee calls mate.
Well, this is a little bit of a reverse of what we've been having earlier on, where Niwaza was coming from Primo.
Yeah, Roland Poiger just saying, look, come on, I've told you before, tidy up the back.
It is, it's very frustrating because you're really wanting this match to get on and over with. And Kosha she was on a bit of a roll there and had that dominant edge in that last exchange of 30 seconds.
Slowed things up now.
Now it's just calmed it back down and we're back to square one.
You know, sometimes that'd just be better taking the belt off.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it's 20 seconds to do your belt up, isn't it?
It is, it's frustrating. Now, the referees must feel it. They must think, I just wish I could get hold of that gi and just pull it into position. It would be much quicker than from, which in fairness to the athletes, they've been battling away for about 9 minutes.
They haven't got the strength left to put your arms around the back.
Strength in their arms to just do anything.
When you were kids, the referee just come and give it a little tug there and then start
it together.
Oh, nice Makikomi.
Oh, well, we saw that earlier on. It was a threat, and she eventually manages to find a way in and scoring that Makikomi for Ippon.
after the stoppage.
After the stoppage, so the advantage of having that time out
Just to catch your breath,
compose herself and to get back in there.
Yeah. I'm not saying there was an error or something,
Oh, no,
but
no. It was to her advantage.
But
though.
it did work out her way. Right, who we got coming up next? Nina Estolina of Spain. Is up against Odette Giuffrida. Going to miss out on this one. Sarah Alvarez in the background there on our IJF staff. I'd stop that and make her bow again. What was that? You know. Anyway. Oh, neat little turn there from Giuffrida to come up with a score. Too sharp for Estolina. Now leads by Wazzari. Scored in the first half minute. Oh. Who was that there? I'd like to see that action again. Oh well. Good defence from Giuffrida here. You'd expect that from a fight of her quality.
Men under 66 kilograms, tatami 2. In blue judogi, representing United States of America, Ala El Idrisi. In white judogi, representing Peru, Juan Postigos.
Looks as though we've got the scoreboards back working at the top there. That was a bit of a task from my IT colleague. Anyway, thanks very much for that. It's most helpful. Thank you. Sure, Loretta Kusat-Dor will be... Yeah, it's nice in time as well. Yeah. All nice and live. Yeah, it's in perfect symmetry with the scoreboard on the tatami, so thanks very much for that.
Tatami 3, next contest. Second round, men under 66 kilos. In blue judogi, representing Portugal, João Crisóstomo. In white judogi, representing Morocco, Imad Bassou.
Still the single score of Wazzari from Odette Giuffrida, scored early in the contest within the first 30 seconds. That's the score that separates her from Estolina. And we've got a little under a minute left to go.
Dear spectators, we remind you that today we have the first day of Brasilia Grand Slam 2019 Brazil. The following categories we have today for women under 48, under 52 and under 57 kilos, and for men under 60 and under 66 kilograms. Final block today will start at 4 p.m.
É isso aí, primeiro dia do Grand Slam de Brasília 2019. Temos hoje as categorias no feminino até 48, até 52 e até 57 quilogramas. No masculino, até 60 e até 66 quilos. E lembrando a vocês, o bloco final.
Force attack penalty for Estiolina.
Às 16 horas.
I thought there was a case for an overly defensive posture or a false attack from Giuffrida. Oh, they let her get away with that one.
Senhoras e senhores, próximo combate, tatame de número 3. Categoria até 66 quilos. Masculino, de judogi azul, Cuba, Osniel Solis. E do Brasil, judogi branco, William Lima.
Tatami 2, next contest, second round, men under 66 kilo. In blue for Serbia, Strahinja Buncic. In white for Russia, Abdullah Abdul-Jalilov.
Up next on mat number 1, Evelyn Schopp of Switzerland. She's up against Larissa Pimenta of Brazil. This is a round of 16 in here, in the under 52 kilo category. Giuffrida goes into the second of the quarterfinal. She'll face Geffen Primo of Israel. We're in the lower half of the draw now, going through this 16. Astrid Neto is lucky. She's got a bye into the quarterfinal, having won her opening contest against Luz Olvera of Mexico. Evelyn Schopp now and Larissa Pimenta. The winner of this will face Astrid Neto in the third of the quarterfinals.
Tatame de número 3, vitória espetacular do Brasil, o William Lima.
Tatami 3. It's time for the second round, women under 57 kilo. In blue, representing France, Christina Neto. In white, representing Germany, Teresa Stoll. Second round contest, men under 66 kilos, tatami 2. In blue judogi for Spain, Daniel Perez. In white for Poland, Patryk Wawrzycek.
Well, looks like a second score there. Yep. Larissa Pimenta coming up with a bit of a shocker for Evelyn Schopp. That's the way it goes sometimes. You know, you come in, you're a highly rated fighter, you're the number 2 seed, and in your opening contest, the unfancied, unranked home fighter gives you a little bit of a, not a thumping, but certainly enough to knock you about a bit and in the process knock you out of the competition. Right, Pimenta it is who goes into the third of the quarterfinal. She'll face Astrid Neto in that contest. We now come to Pool D. Ana Perez box of Spain faces Eloides Valentim of Brazil. It's Perez box in the white judogi, Valentim in blue.
Senhoras e senhores, vamos agora para o tatame de número 2, segunda rodada, categoria até 57 quilos. Judogi azul, Cuba, Arnaie Zodelin Garcia. E do Brasil, de judogi branco, campeã olímpica, campeã mundial, é o grito Rafael e vocês Silva, Rafael!
Well, you may have heard in the background the somewhat boxing-like type introduction for Rafaela Silva. She's just taken to mat number 2, if you don't want to miss out on the former world champion and current Olympic champion in the under 57 kilo category. Rafaela Silva of Brazil is on mat 2. We're going to stick here with mat number 1, Ana Perez box of Spain. She's up against Eloides Valentim. A slightly less over-the-top introduction for this pair. 2.5 minutes left to go in round 2 of this under 52 kilo category. You're perfectly at liberty to click on whichever mat you want. We've got 3 mats here, but we're going to stick with this one for the time being. We're going to have round 2 of the under 48 kilo category on this tatami as well. We'll get to see the number 1 seed Milica Nikolic of Serbia shortly. A couple of fights time actually.
Tatami 3. Next contest, second round, women under 57 kilo. In blue judogi, representing Serbia, Jovana Rogic. In white for Poland, Julia Kowalczyk.
There's another good contest lined up down on mat number 3. Julia Kowalczyk of Poland is up against Jovana Rogic of Serbia. If you want to watch that one, that's down on mat number 3. Still no score between Perez Box and Valentin. I think I'd already told you that the winner of this goes into the last of the quarterfinals. Whomsoever wins this will face the winner of the upcoming contest between Agata Perez of Poland and Tatiana Cesar of Guinea-Bissau. That contest finishes follows this one. Not enough time for Perez Box to affect the turnover. So time runs out and now we go into the golden score period. First to score wins.
Tatami golden score. Tatame de número 2 de Judo branco, vitória do Brasil. Eu grito Rafaela e vocês Silva. Rafaela!
Eloides Valentin picks up a second penalty. We've had a minute of golden score.
The down two, next contest, second round, women under 57 kilo.
Nice Uchimata effort, then turned it into the Makikomi.
In white for People's Republic of China, Lu Tongjuan.
Tatame de número 1, vitória espetacular no Golden Score de Judogi Azul. Regrito Eleudes e vocês, Valentin! Eleudes!
So Eloides Valentin gets the superstar treatment from the crowd there as she leaves the tatami. There's another Brazilian coming to that, albeit that just as a former Brazilian national. And now, for a long time now, been competing for Guinea-Bissau. Tatiana Cesar. She's up against Agata Perez of Poland. Perez in the white judogi. Cesar in blue. Ojigari brings her opponent down heavily. Rosari on the board. Good score from Cesar. Yes, nice score there from Agata Perink, coming up with that little Kojigari to bring Cesar down onto her side and then her back for Wazari. Scores are tied now. He's got to try and free the leg here. Yeah, Osai Kwame. And now just got it trapped again. Tighten up on the top half. Squeeze that foot out. No. Rosaria Peace just missed out on coming up with the 10-second Osai Komi was up, did Perink. Swapping over of penalties there, initially given against Perink, but then taken off and given to Cesar. Rosaria Peace, little under 2 minutes left to go.
Tatami 2, next contest, second round, women under 57 kilo. In blue judogi, representing USA, Amelia Fulgentes. In white judogi, representing France, Sarah Leonie Stizik.
Perink again working away on the ground. Lima's been in real problems against Perink in Nearwaza. This time, Tate Shirogutami, that looks a lot stronger. Nice position there from Perink, actually, Shiro Tate Shirogutami. Ten seconds was all that was needed from Perink to hold Lima and to come up with the Wazari that was needed. Wazari Awazeti Epon, and it's Agata Perink who takes that one. She goes into the quarterfinal. I can give you the quarterfinal lineup as soon as we've introduced the next pair to come to the tatami, and that is the number 1 seed in the under 48 kilo category, Malizio Nikolic of Serbia. She's up against Gabriela Chibana of Brazil. It's Nikolic in the white judogi, Chibana in blue. And the quarterfinal in the under 52 kilo category lineup, Tsunoda Natsumi of Japan will face Joanna Ramos of Portugal. It'll be Geffen Primo of Israel to go up against Odette Giuffrida of Italy. Larissa Pimenta of Brazil will face Astrid Neto of France, and it'll be Eloides Valentim of Brazil to go up against Agata Perink of Poland. drifting off to that side, and it's Chibana's got to be careful that she doesn't get called for stepping off. Nice little attempt there at Ukiwaza, maybe. Just sitting down and trying to bring the left leg into play.
Vamos agora para o tatame de número 2. Segunda rodada, categoria até 57 quilos feminino. De judoque branco do Brasil, Kathleen Nascimento. E de judoque branco da Polônia, Anna Borowska.
Was that Morote Seonage from Gabriela Chibana? Scored Wazari against Nikolic. Early days yet, but Nikolic now got a lot of work to do. Try and pull this one back. Wazari down with a little under half the contest still to come. Ooh! That was close. Nikolic in trouble here with the Kamishio Gatami, just managing to get the legs tied up there. Well, she's had 2 warnings now, has Nikolic. The first one, she gave up that Wazari. The second one, she almost got caught. Then she almost got caught in Newaza. So that's it. You've used up your lives. Oh, they're going to have a look at this one. Could be an early exit for Nikolic.
Well, this is a little bit like deja vu, most probably for her, because they did the last time they fought, and it was the last time they fought, was 2018 in Hoyhot, where Chibana did beat Nikolic there. And they've only ever fought twice, and both times now Chibana has beaten her.
Tatame de número 1, vitória do Brasil!
Well, that's a huge disappointment for Nikolic, because she came in here as the number 1 seed. This is a Grand Slam where the points are really big. All the points are valuable, but they're really big here. And she simply hasn't stood up to the top billing. Hasn't managed it. It's going to make for a really, really forgettable visit to Brazil for Milica Nikolic. Well, one Serb having lost on mat number 1, the other Serb won on mat number 3. That was Jovana Rogic, defeating Julia Kowalczyk of Poland. On mat number 1, we've got Xiong Yao of China. She's up against Edna Carrillo of Mexico. It's Xiong in the white judogi, Carrillo in blue.
Tatame de número 3, categoria até 57 quilos, segunda rodada feminino. De judoque azul do Brasil, Tamires Cruz. E da Grã-Bretanha, de judoque branco, Nekoda Smith-Davis. Tatame de número 2, vamos para o Golden Score.
Just a break whilst we wait for just a cut lip to be tidied up, and then once we've got that sorted out, we'll be back underway. Edna Carrillo just having to get herself tidied up while she waits for Xiong Yao to come back to the tatami. I think I gave you the lineup for the under 52 kilo category quarter-final lineup. Loretta Cusack-Doyle in a minute will be able to give the quarter-final lineup for the under 48 kilo category, but we're going through round 2 here, so it will be a few fights yet, and then when we've got that lineup, we'll let you have that. It's round 2 for the under 57 kilo category as well. We haven't got the quarter-final lineup as yet, but we're back underway with this round 2 contest in the under 48 kilo category. No score yet between Xiong Yao and Edna Carrillo, but the Chinese fighter Xiong has picked up 2 penalties.
Tatame de número 2, no Golden Score, no ponto de ouro. Vitória do Brasil, eu grito Kathleen, vocês Nascimento, Kathleen!
Right, well, we started off by watching the under 52 kilo category on mat number 1. We're watching the under 48 kilo category, still on mat number 1, but it's possible that we're going to jump around now, because as the rounds go further on, as we get more advanced in the competition, then on other tatami there are going to be some contests that we may want to watch. So it could be that Loretta Cusack-Doyle will choose another mat to watch. Nakota Smith-Davis, by the way, has won her contest down on mat number 3. 3 penalties against her Brazilian opponent. I've put her now in the next round.
Tatami 3. Next contest, second round, women under 57 kilo. In blue judogi, representing Ivory Coast, Abzeta Gabon. In white judogi, representing Portugal, Rio de Janeiro Olympic Games bronze medalist, Thelma Monteiro.
Tatame de número 3, Thelma Monteiro, medalhista olímpica.
Ladies and gentlemen, next contest on Tatami 1, it's the second round, women under 48 kilo. In blue judogi, representing Dominican Republic, Estefania Soriano. In white for Israel, Shira Rishoni.
No scores yet. Between Shira Rishoni and Estefania Soriano. Mind you, they've only been on the mat for a couple of seconds, half a minute anyway. Xiong Yao it was who defeated Edna Carrillo. She will face Gabriela Chibana of Brazil in round, well, the quarterfinal, first of the quarterfinals. And a good score there from Shiro Rishoni.
Do Brasil, de judogi branco da Alemanha, Moritz Quaxi.
Tatishio Gatami from Shiro Rishoni brings her around to winning a place in the second of the quarterfinals. We'll find out who it is that she's going to face after the upcoming contest, which will be between Czernowicki Eva of Hungary. She'll face Natasha Ferreira of Brazil. It'll be Czernowicki in the white judogi, Ferreira in blue.
Vamos agora para o tatame de número 1, categoria até 48 quilos. Feminino de judogi azul do Brasil, Natasha Ferreira. E de judogi branco da Hungria, Eva Czernowicki.
Selma Montero is having a bit of a handful of it down on mat number 3. There's no score in her contest with Dabon of the Ivory Coast. A minute left in that one. Strong right-sided effort from Czernowicki, but Ferreira managing to block that one. Well, they're going to look at that action again. That was Natasha Ferreira on Czernowicki.
Vamos agora para o tatame de número 3. Categoria até 60 quilos masculino, segunda rodada. Da Austrália, de judogi azul, Joshua Katz. E de judogi branco, do Brasil, Eric Takabataki.
Well, Chernovetsky's really struggling, still feeling the effects of that elbow. There was an action from Ferreira early on.
Tatame de número 2, vitória do Brasil, de judogi azul,
She leads by Wazari, but she's definitely struggling.
And she's still got 1 minute, or just gone through the halfway mark now, so it's still a long way to go when someone's really pushing you.
The thing was, the action from Ferreira, they reviewed, but they decided not to penalise Chernovetsky, but she's really struggling from the elbow. So, I don't know.
Tatame 2, next second round contest, men under 60 kilos. In blue, representing Czech Republic, David Bukrabek. In white for Russia, Islam Yeshuev.
Yes, you know, when you have a look at it, she didn't actually apply any pressure to the elbow during the throwing action, and that's the key. If there is any pressure applied to the elbow during the throwing action, that is wakigatame.
That's wakigatame, yeah. And when you look back on it,
it didn't begin until they were on the ground.
When they were in the niwaza, that's when the execution of the arm lock was there. She was already on the ground, and what happened then, she turned direction to then place the weight onto the elbow. But at the other time, when she went down, it was a throw she was executing.
So here's the little sit-down kind of kataguruma.
Yeah, like a yoko.
Yeah, combination, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, she came right back out, and the head was in the right position there. It's just when she landed. So there was no pressure when she landed. It was just the final finishing touch to it. When they'd gone down into niwaza, that's when she started to execute the transition work into the arm lock. And there was no pressure on it. There was no pressure on it.
So it was just a call, actually.
It was a wind up of the arm, wasn't it? The arm was placed in an awkward position, and I think it was the reaction of her opponent that, well, she really put herself in that position to avoid being thrown.
Yeah, both of they both had their sleeves wrapped up as well, so it was awkward, but it wasn't a wakigatame.
No.
Okay.
So 39 seconds remaining. She still maintains that lead. Ferreira coming in with the cross grip and attempting a throw at the edge of the contest area. But there's some nice transition into the niwaza. She now looks for the jujigatame. She has got a leg caught up, which means to execute the arm lock is very difficult because the legs are just too wide to be able to secure a grip on that arm. So, but again, nice transition. Clock eats up, and she's now only got 15 seconds to hang on to that score. There's only 2 shidos, one apiece at this moment. So even if she was to pick up a shido at this last stage of the contest, it wouldn't be enough to lose the match. Chernovetsky obviously sustaining that, but their nice final touch in the last seconds of the contest secures the win, and she'll go through to the next round, the third round, which is the quarter-final stage, and she'll be up against Rishoni in that final, in the quarter-final. So it'd be interesting to, hopefully she'll have time to possibly ice that elbow. It seems to be giving her a little bit of trouble, but not to the extent that her performance will be poor.
Vamos para o tatame de número 1, categoria até 48 quilos, segunda rodada feminino. De judogi azul do Brasil, Laura Ferreira.
Now we're coming to the Pool C in the under 48 kilos. And we've got Catarina Costa, Portugal, one of my favourites for taking a top positioning in this under 48 kilo weight. She's up against Ferreira of Brazil. And it's Laura Ferreira, unlike the Ferreira we've just seen from Portugal, which was from Brazil, which is Natasha, who just went out against the Hungarian. So
The dummy 3.
Well, Costa straight in
Next,
there
second round contest. Men under
with a
60
Cianagi
kilo.
movement,
In blue,
taking her opponent down to the ground.
Rodrigo Lopez. In white for Ukraine. Artyom Lesiuk.
Costa, one of these athletes that has progressed throughout the World Tour and has picked up placings and results throughout the year. A very consistent athlete, and just seems to be, each time we see, bettering her performance. And like I said before, Portugal are really on a bit of a high. Whatever they're doing at this moment as far as their preparation for their with their athletes, well, it's obviously working. They picked up their first ever world title. George Fonseca in the under 100 kilograms at the World Championships. Great performance from this athlete, and that will really boost the Portuguese team, not only the profile of the sport in Portugal, but for the athletes themselves as well. And seeing such a great guy taking the world title, it'll do so much for Portuguese judo and inspiring young athletes as well. Well, a Sutemi Waza attempt there from Costa. And she piled enough of pressure on Laura Ferreira. And the Brazilian now picks up the first Shido. 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest. What I like about the Brazilian team, they've got such an elegance about, especially with the females, there's such an elegance about their judo. They move very nicely on the ground. They're very traditionalist. They've got a little bit of not only a European sort of aggressive approach to a contest, but they've also got that Japanese flair. And you can see the sort of influence of Japan amongst their judokas when they perform. Nice ashiwaza skills, great transition into niwaza, a real overall sort of package that we're getting from a Brazilian team. The only thing I think a lot of the cases, they've got youngsters now participating in, especially in this event, that they're young and they're gaining experience and exposure on a world level. So that's only extra percentages that they're gaining from hosting an event like this and in their own country. That rippling effect will just give them those percentages to perform even better and to get those results in the long term. Costa picks up a Shido now, so it's one apiece, and we've got just under halfway now in this contest remaining. Ferreira, that left hand high on the collar, upright, very strong positioning, the posture, making her opponent look a little bit passive there as she attacks, using on that leg for the Uchimata on the edge of the contest area. Costa just trying and managing no more to get out of there as she tries to work her way into the niwaza after that little transition. And Costa once again from that defensive action on the edge of the contest area picks up the second Shido, and still 1.5 minutes remaining. Well, Laura Ferreira from Brazil has the advantage, not only, as we can see, 2 Shidos on the board against her opponent, but she's got that slight height advantage and she uses it so well. But she's walked straight onto the Yoko Tomonagi, scoring a Wazari, doing it with just 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Well, she'll be really disappointed with herself on that. She just got caught cold. She never expected and didn't even see that one coming. But what a beautiful execution of the Yoko Tomonagi. And they've upgraded it now to Ippon, and rightly so. It was nicely done. And after a sort of a rocky start there for Katerina Costa, she manages to compose herself, get back into this contest and produce such superb judo to finish off this contest. And here's some of the highlights. Well, that was nicely done. But I think that bridging...
Tatami 1. The next contest, the second round, the women under 48
I would have
kilos.
called it a wazari.
Blue judogi, representing Turkey.
Well, it was a roll. Landed on the back and rolled off to the edge. So Ipon called, and Costa takes the win and goes into the quarter-final stage, which is a much more secure positioning to be in for the Portuguese. Now she'll be up against the winner of the next match now, Li of China, and representing Turkey, Şentürk. Now again, Şentürk, strong athlete coming through quite nicely. And a real threat in this competition. And the Turkish athletes, especially the women, are starting to push hard now on the world circuit. We've got Korkmaz that we have in the under 52, sadly has gone out, but definitely a youngster that's going to be a real threat in other tournaments and has always produced some fine judo. But for me, Turkey is one of those nations that are pushing hard on the world judo circuit. And a major threat for any of their opponents worldwide. Şentürk took a bronze medal in Zagreb a few months back, and on that podium with her was Li as well, who was also a bronze medalist from the other half, but also Asian Pacific champion, gold medalist, and now takes the lead with a wazari and looks like she's going to secure that osakomi. But as you can see, her head's just getting caught up there now. Can't seem to break free of the grasps of the legs there, as you can see. Halting the osakomi. 2 minutes 20 seconds. Now Şentürk has got some work to do. She walked onto that haraimakikomi. That arm came over the top, dug in deep, and that leg came across. Şentürk unable to defend against it, went over, and now trails with just coming up to the halfway mark. Still plenty of time though. Has to compose herself. She cannot panic at such early stage of the contest. Still plenty of time to come back, and she's definitely got the technical expertise to be able to do that. But she picks up a Shido now, which is not a really good sign. As she chases the wazari, tries to get past the defences of Li. Li comes in, draws on the head, makes her opponent look quite passive indeed there. Now digs in the niwaza. Again, valuable time being eaten up now for Şentürk as she struggles to defend in the niwaza, and Li just working her way around the head of her opponent, capturing the head, controlling nicely, but not enough to be able to secure the osakomi. Şentürk has to get out of trouble there. As the clock ticks away, we're coming up to the last minute of this contest. She's got 1 minute to come back. She's a Shido down and a wazari. Li definitely in the driving seat of this contest. Şentürk comes in with a very brave move as she turns her back for a sodi attempt, a very unusual attempt of it with one hand on. Senturk once more advancing onto her opponent, trying to get past the defences. Lee controlling very nicely any action that Senturk has put in place. Now once more works in the Niwaza, try and get past those legs, but as you can see, a little sneaky look up at the clock to see how much time she has left in this contest. And it's 26 seconds. Well, we have seen a massive turnaround in 26 seconds. Whether Senturk can be that person to do it, I'm not quite sure. She really has been pushed to her limits. She works to the edge. She comes in with an attempt of a Sianagi, but fails to even break the balance of her opponent Lee, who once again breaks down any attempt that Senturk has in trying to come back into this contest. 9 seconds remaining. A second Shido goes to Senturk, and it looks like Lee will go through to the next round against Costa of Portugal. Well, sadly for Turkey today, both Senturk and Korkmaz both out without a chance of a medal or place on the podium. But I'm quite sure we'll see both these athletes again on the world circuit, creating a few problems and showing the quality of athletes they truly are and the danger they present when on this world tour. So now we have Martinez Ablenda representing Spain in the white, Francisco representing Brazil. Martinez, for me, a very strong athlete and a real contender for a place on the podium here today. '14th on the world ranking, and what a great performance she gave at the World Championships in Tokyo just recently. We're picking up a 5th place, just missing out on a place on the podium. One of these athletes that has just been outside off the podium, picking up 5th places and 7ths throughout the year, except for Baku, where she took the gold medal, showing all the potential she has of being a real contender here and a contender for next year's Olympic Games. Well, as we know, over the past, the history of women's judo in Spain have produced some strong world-class athletes, such as Miriam Blasco, who took the gold medal in Barcelona. And Blanco also. Well, here you have it. Martinez, Ablenda, Wazari on the board. Osakomi now securing the hold against the Brazilian and securing a place in the quarter-final stage here at this competition.
Vitória do Brasil! Eu grito Renan e vocês Torres! Renan!
Now Martinez will be watching very closely the next match coming up, and the winner of this match she will have to compete against for a place in the semi-final.
Men under 60 kilo. Welcome judoka in blue judogi, representing
someone we highlighted at the beginning, and that's representing Germany in the white, Katharina Menz in the white.
Second round contest for
she's up against Vargas Lee of Chile.
In blue for Chile, Marie Vargas. In white for Germany, Katharina Menz.
Well, Katharina Menz has a good year. In Hoyhot was a bronze medalist, and also in Marrakesh. Vagashli, strong, very unorthodox sort of style as she draws on that arm, showing the shoulder and the hip, threatening for that Oso Tagari attempt. With the weight brace forward, it makes it very difficult to counteract. Men's really having to work out the best way to overcome the positioning of her opponent's body. She works off the sleeves there, Vagashli. But at the moment doesn't actually have two hands on, and Menz has an opportunity here to capitalise on that as she throws that arm over the top. Sadly doesn't manage to connect the second hand on. As you can see, she's controlling quite nicely with the right hand her opponent's left sleeve. But that left hand still has to connect. And as you can see by her frustration, she really is sort of getting a little bit uptight at the moment. And she has to really channel that better, because when you start getting frustrated, then you lose some percentages on your performances, I believe. So she really needs to compose herself. Now an exchange, quite an aggressive exchange from both these athletes. And Vagashli, again, that unorthodox sort of style as she draws the hips through, throws that arm over the top. So an attempt of what looked to be like a makekomi, a tai toshi into the makekomi upper body control. Vagashli taking the sleeves. Well, she has one sleeve at this moment, and that's the left sleeve of Menz. Sianagi move, nicely executed. And I think that could be a score. I'm not quite sure. From here, it was a nice entry. She did fall off the opposite side, but still, it was the execution of Menz, and there was a landing, and the landing did look like it was on the tip of the shoulder towards the edge of her opponent. And yes, a Wazari there for Menz, and rightly so. Although it didn't go to the side that she was hoping for, it went to the opposite side from the defensive action of Vagashli. Well, Vagashli, as you can see, she's frustrated by the grip is causing a problem. That left hand seems to be tied up there by Menz. It's the one hand she does have at this moment. She's now got the lapel. So Menz is a bit more, but she's also lost the left sleeve, which is a bit dangerous now. But there you can see that final outcome. It was a falling, but still it was an execution of that Sianagi. Vagashli coming over the top, and as you can see, that left hand very dangerously placed on the back of Menz gi. She attempts a makekomi, but it was a little bit loose in the entry there, and wasn't managing to get the rotation. Falls flat onto the tip of her shoulder, but not able to get a finishing touch to it. But it was enough to win, and Menz goes through to the next round, the quarterfinal stage, where she'll be up against Martinez Belenda of Spain in that quarterfinal stage for a place in the semi-final. But here you have the highlights. As you can see, Sianagi, but she fell to the opposite side to defend, but sadly by defending landed on the side, giving the score to Katharina Menz. So now we do come to the under 52 kilo category. This is the quarter-final stages of the under 52, so this will be very interesting indeed. A very tough match that's coming up now, and that will be Tsunada of Japan, who's the #1 seed. And she'll be up against Ramos of Portugal.
Ladies and gentlemen, on tatami 1, it's time for the quarter-final, women under 52 kilos.
Senhoras e senhores, tatami 1, vamos então para as quartas de final até 52 quilos.
There you see Tsunada
in blue, representing Portugal, Joana Ramos. In white, representing Japan, Tsunoda Natsumi.
Natsumi Tsunada representing Japan. Very, very strong athlete. Got a bit of a clot to the face there, but it put a smile on her face, surprisingly. Great spirited judo player. And very gracefully accepted the accident. Tsunada, World Masters champion, second in the world. Third in line of a place at the Olympic Games to Shushimi and Abe. Ippon Seoinage, and it looked like it was just out of place, but she manages to control it to get the score of a Wazari. Although it was going to look like it was going horribly wrong for her, she manages to pause slightly, readjust, and then go in a different direction. Nicely executed, well placed for a Wazari. And they've actually turned it into an Ippon. So she made light work of that quarter-final match and places herself firmly in the semi-final of this under 52 kilo category. Now she'll be up against the winner of this, but let's see some of the highlights. Well, yeah, it was a continuation. She rolled towards the back, and yeah, we can see why they changed the score. Now we have Primo of Israel and Guidfrida of Italy, the Olympic silver medalist here that was thrown in the mix of everything. Primo having been seeded in the top 4. And this is where you've got the sort of experience from Guidfrida, a technical expertise up against someone who's a real contender and with the youth on her side, and that has been a real contender throughout the year, picking up some quite impressive results. Guidfrida, gold medalist in Tbilisi, picks up her first Shido now for an infringement of the grip. Primo, as you can see, likes to get the arm over the top, but Guidfrida just waiting as she throws the arm to come in for that Seoinage, and this is the danger for Primo. He's giving out the signal that she throws that arm over, and she has to do it very subtly, otherwise the Italian is just going to wait and pounce on that. Guidfrida trying desperately to get past the length, the leverages of her opponent, who slightly has the advantage of the height. But comes in for a Sodi, takes her off the wrong side, but perseveres with it.
Tatami 3, Next third round contest for men under
Well, they look like they've put the
kilos.
score on the wrong
In blue
side
for
there.
Montenegro, Yusuf Murkovic.
We're going to have another look at it.
France, Kylian Lebrouk.
But for me, it was Gudfrida. And yeah, it goes rightly so onto the right side. Well, they're obviously having another look at it, but a Sodi attempt. But although it was going one direction, she still manages the Ashiwaza, the Sodi. But yeah, she took it to the wrong side. She didn't get the leverage over, but she just drew on. She had that sleeve, and there was the tip on the shoulder. Whether it was enough to get the Wazari. Well, it's a very tight call, I must admit. The shoulder was in and no more. Primo tried to defend, falling to the edge. The Sodi there, she pulled in, and they keep it as the Wazari.
On tatami 2. Next contest, third round, men under 66 kilograms.
Well, that tip of the shoulder did roll to the back rather than to the front, which gave her the Wazari.
Representing Germany, Sebastian
Now
Sando.
Gudfrida working in the Niwaza's got the shimiwaza there, as you can see. Whether it's executed under the chin, well, obviously the referee calling mate could see that the chin was blocking the shimiwaza. 1 minute 59 seconds. We've just gone past the halfway mark. The Italian, the Olympic silver medalist, has the lead in this contest and has a sight set on that place on the podium. But Primo is not given in here, comes across for the Oso Tagari. But the Italian works in the Niwaza, trying to look for an opportunity down in the ground, and rightly so, eaten away at the vital seconds remaining in this contest. Gudfrida defending, but defending just enough to cause a little bit of frustration for Primo as she throws that Omo and again hits it right and dropping under her opponent there. Taking her down into the Niwaza. Again, a good attack. Counteracting any danger that Primo is trying to produce against her opponent. Primo marches towards her opponent there, trying desperately to come back in this contest. Throws that left hand over the top, doesn't seem to be able to connect well enough to be able to secure the grip. She digs in on the sleeves now, works her feet, trying a different way to get through the defences of Gudfrida. With 41 seconds remaining, Gudfrida now straight away in the Niwaza, tries to rotate her opponent over. And more Niwaza from the Italian means that the time is now ticking away, leaving less opportunity for Primo to come back. But you cannot write her off until that bell goes. But the experience of the Italian is going to be the thing that holds this all together.
Third round, men under 66
She picks up a Shido, the second one now. She cannot afford to make any silly errors here with just the vital 20 seconds remaining. Gudfrida straight away in the Niwaza, and she'll want to keep her down in the ground. Primo looks up at the clock. She knows she needs to get back up. The time is ticking away. It's not on her side. And Odette Gudfrida takes the win and a place in the semi-final.
The dummy one, winner in blue.
And Gudfrida will be up in that semi-final against Tsunada of Japan.
Silver medalist Odette Gifrida goes to the semi-final. And representing Israel, Geffen Primo goes to the repechage.
Tatame de número 1, categoria até 52 quilos, quartas de final feminino. De judogi azul, da França, Astrid Neto. E de judogi branco, do Brasil, Larissa Pimenta.
Now we have representing Brazil, Pimenta, who's had a good performance here today, and she's up against Neto in this quarter-final stage. And this is going to be a very tasking match for the Brazilian, but percentages are on her side. She's here on home ground. She's got this crowd supporting her all the way, and she's been a consistent athlete throughout the year, picking up some vital Olympic qualification points and medals along the way.
Tatame de número 3, categoria até 66 quilos, terceira rodada masculino. De judogi azul do Brasil, William Lima.
But the way the draw went, this is Neto's first match of the day. She had a bye in the first round. Tell a lie. She actually ended up having a bye in the second round. Olvera she defeated from Mexico in the first round, and got a bye in the second, and now has had plenty of rest and an opportunity to see the opposition that's in front of her in this competition, and would have managed to really prepare for this contest against Pimenta of Brazil. He fought extremely well against Shop, defeating her for the place in the second round, but also Zhang of China. So she's had some good wins already under her belt. The Brazilian working away to the edge of the contest area. Neto, only place to go is out of the contest area and drops to the ground, picking up a Shido. And it's 2 Shidos apiece now, and we're not even there to the halfway mark. Either one of these athletes make a mistake now and this contest will be all over and done with. But whoever loses this match will go into the repechage. Will they'll get a second chance of getting on that podium. But sadly will lose a place to be on the top spot in the final. Pimenta not wanting to rush things, very calculated in every move that she makes in this contest. As you can see, the left hand on the lapel, she's got the right hand securing the sleeve, and Neto struggling somewhat as she backs off towards the edge of the contest area and once more drops out of sight. Well, Neto not getting her own way in this contest at all, has really been on the back foot and just reacting rather than taking action in this contest. This has all been set up and executed right from the beginning from Pimenta. Once again, another strong attack at the edge of the contest area. And that was the first time Pimenta looked like she was in a little bit of trouble and felt under pressure and threatened by a very, very strong kumikata from Neto. But we know the experience of the French, that we can't write them off. Tactically and technically they are very, very strong overall. Once more she backs herself. The Sutemi was her attempt there, nicely executed, good strong breaking of balance, just didn't get that little finishing touch. Referee just warning the coaches, who are obviously on tender hooks now at this moment, knowing that either one of their athletes make a mistake here and it's a Hansokimaki. 15 seconds remaining in this quarter-final stage of the under 52 kilos. A place in the semi-final. For me, the edge, Pimenta for me has had the slight edge in this contest. She's controlled in which the pace of this contest has gone through the last 4 minutes. Neto been able to react well. But as you see, just really bracing on every movement that her opponent is making. It's a reaction rather than taking control. Good hip throw attempt there, looking for the Ouchigari as well, as she could feel the defense of Neto. But again, another 2 strong attacks coming from the Brazilian. Pimenta there has got a lapel grip. Again, she works off that lapel grip well. Neto this time is... Oh, yes! What an anticipation there! She set her up right on the edge of the contest area. Pimenta takes out Neto at the quarter-final stage to go into the semi-final of the under 52s. Well, that was well judged there. She watched it. She came in, she just pipped her to the post there with that Cianagi. Well anticipated, just sharper than Neto to finish her off. 51 seconds in golden score, 2 Shidos apiece, and she pulled something like that out at the bag. Sets her up the first time Pimenta was ever on, her back was ever on the edge of the contest area. A false sense of security there for Neto, who thought she had her under pressure, but not at all.
In blue judogi representing Serbia, Jovana Rogic. In white judogi representing Germany, Teresa Stoll.
So now the winner of this will go to meet Pimenta in that semi-final. It'll be Valentim of Brazil, Perenik of Poland, and Brazil takes the lead. Well, the Brazilians are getting the Brazilian crowd here are getting a real treat in this under 52 kilos, but sadly it's a possibility at coming to the semi-final that one will knock the other one out.
Well, we've got the quarter-final of the under 57 kilo category taking place on mat number 2, as well as mat number 3. Teresa Stoll down on mat number 3 against Jovana Rogic, and on mat number 2, Rafaela Silva against Lo Tongchen. Sorry, I was just laughing with the stadium, not the stadium announcer. Yeah, the stadium announcer. He's Georgie's mate. He's got that boxing type introduction.
Yes, and blue.
Yeah. Likes to elongate the names of all the Brazilians, anyway.
Yes.
You know? And then he sometimes repeats the name as well after he's said it. Makes for entertainment for the crowd, doesn't it? Why not?
Definitely, why not?
I have to stop saying that, you know. Why not? I noticed there was a commentator who had that kind of habit of saying, why not? So I think I might try and avoid that now. I'm not really one for cliches. I don't really like to use them that much. I was chatting with who was it last week? Anthony Corelli. And we were talking about calm, cool, collected. I said, the minute you say calm, the people at home know what's coming. And if you follow it up with cool and collected, it's not yours. It's something that a million people have said before.
Yes,
so
yeah.
try and avoid that one. You know, if you say he looked calm, it's done the job, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
To add in the rest is a bit superfluous. Always like to try and be as unique as possible. You can't always. Sometimes you have to use words that people have used, you know, other people have used. But it's those little catchphrases that you might want to just try and get rid of, you know.
Sometimes very hard, isn't it?
It is, but you know, you can. I mean, I'm going to say 2 or 3, and you'll be able to tell me exactly who it is to see you're nice. You know, I mean, you don't want to go down that route, do you? Oh, you are awful.
But I like you.
I love you, Loretta.
We're just showing our age now because a lot of people are listening and going, what are they two on?
I like working with Loretta Kusaktor because she's such a good laugh. Dakota Smith-Davis is on mat number 3 up against Thelma Montero. That might be a nice one to watch.
That's going to be a yummy one, as we would say.
You want to go down to mat number 3? Oh, on mat number 2. There's almost an upset there.
Yeah, let's go down to
mat 3.
3, yeah.
We're going to have a look at the under 57 kilo category. Now, the reason we're going down there is because it's that kind of matchup that you don't want to miss. You've got 2 seeds in that pool going head to head in the quarter final, whereas we haven't gone to mat number 1, although actually Lo Tongjen and the number 1 seed Rafaela Silva, she's up against a tough Chinese there, 1.5 minutes, there's no score. What if you want to go and see that? Rafaela Silva, we haven't done that, have we?
We haven't seen, and she has been performing.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, the choice is yours. At home, you can choose whichever one you want to go to, but we're going to go to mat number 2. We're going to see the number 1 seed in the under 57 kilo category, the current Olympic champion, on mat number 2, Rafaela Silva of Brazil. She's up against Lu Tongjen of China. There's no score in the contest. It's silver in the white judogi, Lu in blue. We've got a minute left to go. Lu has picked up a single shido. Here is Loretta Kusaktor.
Yeah. And a lot of people will say, well, why are we moving around? And someone like Dakota Smith-Davis and Montero are very, very strong athletes, and yes, rightly so, they're strong in there, but we have got the number 1 seed, the Olympic champion, and the world bronze medalist here now to fight at home ground. So she's one of the big favourites for Brazil to take the gold medal here today.
Yeah, if the thinking was to go down to mat number 3 because you had 2 seeded players in a quarter-final going head-to-head, well, then I just noticed that we've got 2 seeded players going head-to-head on mat number 2. Mat number 2. One of them is the current Olympic champion and a former world champion. I regret very much to say that neither Dakota or Thelma have yet to achieve either of those things. So, you know, I kind of forced us to go to mat 2. If we'd stayed on 1, well then, you know, you could have made any excuse for staying up there saying, well, we're just sticking here, you go where you want. But once we decided to move, the right thing to do was to pick out this one. Lu Tongjen picks up a second penalty. We've got half a minute left to go. She's a handful, you know, this Chinese fighter.
She is very dangerous, there's no doubt about it. She was really always going to be a real contender in this weight category. And
she got off the hip there, didn't she? There was a time when you thought she was going to get flattened here, and she stepped off it.
She reacts so well. It's like cat-like, isn't she? She's got good aerial awareness when she does fly through the area. She tends to be able to land on knees and elbows. So we've got the last seconds remaining before we go into golden score. Tushido's on the board, and again another strong attack from Lu. Well, as you can see, she's got 2 shidos. She has to keep engaged. She cannot afford. And I'm very surprised that Silva hasn't been able to capitalise the position that she's in with those 2 shidos, that she hasn't made her opponent in a tactical ploy here to take this win. by making her opponent look passive. In fact, she's encouraging her to do more.
Yeah, she's the one that's attacking.
Yeah. So I'm very surprised how Rafaela Silva has reacted here with the Makakomi once more. She braces there, but again, it's another strong attack from China.
Silva's going to have to be careful here, not to just let this drift a little bit and then pick up.
Definitely. She has to be a lot more proactive here. She's playing a bit of a cautious game here. She's backpedaling to the edge of the contest area, leaving herself nowhere to go, really.
Yeah, I got another one for you. Shut that door.
I love the way your mind just goes. I'm there on the edge of my seat, and these young ladies on the edge of the contest area.
Shut that door.
Shut that door.
Good contest going up on mat number 1. Gabriela Chibana of Brazil faces Xiong Yao. That's in the quarterfinal in the 48 kilo category. Chibana trail. No, she's just scored Wazari. She leads by Wazari up on mat number 1. Yeah, there's no score. And again, it's Liu Tongzhen who is the aggressor.
Yes.
Oh, and Gabriela Chibana comes up with the win there. She goes into the semi-final. As I was saying this morning, this is an absolutely perfect opportunity for the Brazilians to pick up huge points at a Grand Slam at home, because they can fill the weight categories with
I just feel the way that Chibana has been working in the under 48 kilos, she's capable. She's definitely, I feel, going to get into the final.
It's her day, yeah.
And nice exchange there with the hip throw, beautifully finished. And Silva as well goes into a semi-final at the under 57s.
See, they're packing the weight categories with their fighters, and all now ending up in really good positions. Larissa Pimenta has won out up there as well. She's a really, really good talent. Here's a replay. Whoa, we're on to replays now. Wow, Utsuri Goshi.
Utsuri, yeah. Ooh. Nicely done. She kept persevering. It looked like she'd lost it a bit. But then, and the foot came down, but she just kept driving off that back leg.
Last week, or the week before last, it was...
Bringing that, there. That was the knee up, just to get that little bit of a push up, so the toe and no more landed.
What was it that Anthony Corelli said to me last week when we were talking about a hold down, and he didn't describe the hold down. I said, oh, that's Munigatani. He said, oh, I knew it was something like that. They said, wow, you really know about this stuff, don't you?
Munigatani.
Yeah. All of a sudden.
Yellow belts do that.
Come on. Right, here we are. Sarah Leone Sisik faces Caitlin Nascimento of Brazil. It's Sisik in the white, Judogi Nascimento in blue. One of the hottest talents in the weight category. Here's Loretta.
Definitely. This is somebody that, for me... Oh, look at that Uchimata. Oh, she went up in the air. She just didn't have that pulling arm there enough to get Nascimento over the top. But what an entry. She is such an exciting athlete to watch, Suzik. For me, what potential France have got in this young athlete. She was so impressive in the World Championships, and for me, deserved a medal. But there you have transition into the Jujikatami. Nascimento comes round the back, just managing no more to get out of that, the vice grip that she had herself in.
Don't forget, final blow today will start at 4 p.m.
Não vamos nos esquecer, nas finais hoje, o bloco final, às 4 horas da tarde.
Oh, 2.5 minutes remaining. Still no score on the board though, but definitely major threats from Suzuki with their Uchimata. As you can see, Kosoto using her feet really nicely, breaking up the balance. And you know she has that combination of the Ashiwaza stepping through for the Uchimata. She really has this contest under control at the moment.
Do you know, she reminds me a little bit of the Russian girl in the under 57 kilo category with the dangerous, you know, throws and things. She just...
Oh, yeah, I know who you mean.
Mezhetskaya, Daria Mezhetskaya.
Oh, yeah, she like a powerhouse.
Because they're both short and stocky, aren't they? They've got that danger about them.
They really, when they throw in, it's massive power that comes with it.
There's another one. Danger, Will Robinson.
Well, definitely, this one's in danger. Nascimento really has her work cut out here, and she has had very little to offer against this little powerhouse. Suzuki comes in with a Sodi attempt.
And almost off the other side as well.
Yeah,
She just didn't get a balance and comes back with the left makikomi there. Harai makikomi, just non-stop.
She's like, she just attacks and attacks all the time.
No surprise that Nascimento's picking up the penalty.
Well, she hasn't even had a chance to get in at the moment.
There's a battle royale down on mat number 3. 2 minutes and 16 seconds is the golden score. Both fighters picked up 2 penalties apiece. There's no score between Smith Davis and Montero.
Well, that match will be a real battle and a test of Nakoda Davis's condition at this moment, because she has had a few injuries that's taken her off the scene for a while.
And she hasn't been well on this trip either. Got a bit of a bug, so not surprised that she's battling away down there. Hasn't been able to finish the job. Single Shido against Nascimento for passivity, and Suzuki still looking for...
Oh, yeah, and she works on that arm. Well, we've seen this before. It's a bit of deja vu at the moment, exactly what happened in the first opening minute. And once again, Nascimento leaves herself really vulnerable in that transition. She's got to be careful. It's like a big message saying, here, just take it.
Yeah, that was untidy from the Brazilian.
She's totally unaware of the dangers that face her when she goes down into the ground. And Suzuki is so quick to react. Half a minute remaining. Still no score, though. She has pushed her to the limit. Suzuki's not had her own way, but she has dominated the contest and the pace of which she wants to play, I suppose. And Nascimento's just been reacting and has had a couple of close calls. Good strong kumikata from both athletes that are trying to control well, but Suzuki is the one that tries to put in from the strong attack. A couple of times she's actually been accumulating these strong attacks, and if she's not careful, the Brazilian will start accumulating the Shidos now, and she's looking to build on them now. There's not much coming from the Brazilian.
Taking her into golden score, though. Yep.
Which I'm surprised she has. But this shows the percentages that can give an advantage of being on a home ground for the Brazilian. Comes high collar, draws the head down. This is the first time the Brazilian looked like she was in control, and there was a real threat there for that Ouchigari. Suzuki comes stretching across for the Osota. As she tries to control both sleeves. Ouchigari fell a little bit short. That driving leg just wasn't enough to get her opponent down. But again, now we've got a slight turnaround in this golden score. The Brazilian looks to have a bit more control here, has really taken full advantage of the golden score, knowing that she's got another opportunity here to come back. Up until now, Suzik has been in the driving seat for the first 4 minutes. This has slightly changed, and now we've got Suzik picking up Judo, but also the Brazilian. So that's 2-1.
Smith-Davies has won her contest down on man number 3 after a grueling 4-minute battle in golden score with Thelma Monteiro.
And that'll be a good win for Smith-Davies, a real test of her conditioning, which was really something that she was tested in the World Championships and sadly fell short of. So she'll be delighted with that. Suzik looking for the Osotogari. Nice control there. Comes in for the Makikomi. 2 strong attacks. Well, Nascimento has allowed her opponent to take a little bit more onus in this quarter-final stage in the golden score. One minute and 42 seconds has gone in golden score, battling away these two. And Nascimento coming in for the Uchimata. Sasai attempt the Hizaguruma, the Osotogari. What an array of technique from Suzik. Sadly, a lot of efforts going into the attacks with very little of an outcome from them, so this will burn her out. She's got to be careful she doesn't leave herself too vulnerable when she approaches some of these attacks, because she's prone to be countered by the amount of work that she puts in at a latter stage of a contest. And rightly so, the Brazilian will pick her moments. She comes in with a high collar, comes round the back and controls that shoulder and hooks in with the Ouchigari against Suzik. And now Suzik comes in with the Seoinage, drops to the ground, and Nascimento making her look quite poor on that last attack. Suzik, a little bit of a bounce, a little bit more life in those legs, but takes the second best on the grip. Nascimento comes in with a Seoinage right through the back. Suzik tries to exchange with the Osotogari as they come back up into the Tachiwaza. Suzik very sharp to come back up. Seoinage, again, just short of finishing the technique. Uses her feet to try and break up her opponent's balance. Nascimento, as you can see, with the Ouchigari off the sleeve grip, comes back with her own plan of action. Nascimento has looked sharper in this golden score than Suzik. Suzik bouncing away there, slight rotation around her opponent, looking to try and find and create a better opening. Oh, Chigari! Yes, what a finish! Beautifully
not going to matter
done.
now, it's a golden score.
Well, what a finish. It looked like Nascimento
sold it really well. You know, the big Ippon Seoinage image up front with the little right-sided Ouchigari down the bottom.
Yes, nicely done.
She sold her, didn't she?
She did.
Top half.
She sold her up at Ippon Seoinage. Suzik reacted, weight went onto the heels, nicely positioned with the Ouchigari, and that head driving towards the shoulder to get that finish of a Wazari.
She was ready for the take back. If you look at the shape of the body,
yes,
she's ready for the take back thinking, oh, I'm going to have the Senagi, I'll take it back. She was already going backwards.
Yes, there was only one direction. She knew she was going. You could see by the way that the foot, the driving leg was placed where she was going, but obviously Suzy couldn't see that. She just felt the upper body control,
exactly,
but couldn't see where the feet were placed.
Right, I suppose we could look and see who's doing what and where. Now that we're jumping around, might stay here and have a look at Francisco Garrigos. Is he not the number 1 seed?
Yes, he is.
60 kilos. Francisco Garrigos of Spain faces Alan Cuabara of Brazil. It's Garrigos in the white judogi, Cuabara in blue.
Tatame de número 3, Golden Score.
Not sure why we've got that green strip at the top of the screen. Not sure if you've got it at home. We've certainly got it here, and I hope it's not disturbing your viewing pleasure too much. There you go. Got rid of the green screen, and no doubt we'll get the scoreboards back. There you go. Nice and tidied up. Quarterfinals going on at the moment. We've got a nice one coming up shortly between Islam Yashuev and Felipe Kitadei. That'll be on after this contest. Well worth having a look at. And my pick for today, I wander around the warm-up area and chat to a few athletes. I pick one out each day that I'm going to go to and say something a little bit, you know, special. And this morning my pick was Laura Martinez of Spain. She finds herself in the quarterfinals. She's up against Katarina Mentz next. Yeah,
she's doing really well. She was quite impressive in the World Championships for me. She fought well.
Could find herself in the semi-finals.
I think she just missed out on a medal, didn't she? She took 5th place in the World Championships.
I'll have to have a look.
Representing People's Republic of China, Li Yaran goes to the repechage. Tatami 1. Next quarter-final, women under 48 kilo. In blue,
Preciado
Germany,
of Ecuador, he's still in there against Torres in the quarter-final stage, one of my picks.
Fifth place at the World Championships, that's right.
She was. I thought she fought extremely well.
Fought for a bronze medal, that's a tall thing, isn't it?
Yeah. She's strong, she's got nice judo.
She's in her quarter-final down on mat number 1. We've got a quarter-final here between the number 1 seed in the under 60 kilo category, Francisco Garrigos. No score yet, both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. We're into the last minute.
Vitória do Brasil. Avança para a semifinal. Eric Takabataki.
Tatami 3, next quarter final. Men under 60 kilos.
Tatame de número 3, categoria até 60 quilos. Do Equador de judoque azul, Lenin Preciado. E de judoque branco,
Preciado is on mat 3 in his quarter-final.
Tatame de número 2, avança para a semifinal de judoque
This is
azul.
Garrigos.
Do Brasil, Alain Guabara.
Sumigeishi.
Oh, nice.
Oops.
Nicely controlled there.
There you go. Well, he's down on his side there, so I think maybe it was in golden score and they gave Rosario and that was it anyway.
Yeah. It just looked as he got the bridge there.
Yeah. Would have been bridge material as well.
Yeah.
Right, Islam Yashuev of Russia faces Felipe Kitadai of Brazil. It's Yashuev in the white judogi, Kitadai in blue.
Well, the Brazilians are starting to look very strong, and they're real contenders now at the last stage of this competition. In quarter-final stages, quite a few there. There's another one, Kitadai, but he's got a lot of experience, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Olympic Games, was bronze medalist in 2012.
Yeah.
So he's been on the scene a long time, and that experience and home ground and the draw itself are good percentages to have, isn't it? And he's just seen his teammate getting into that semi-final position against the number 1 seed. Well, the Brazilian picks up the first Shido now, Kitadai. Cross grip. Cianagi. Oh! Good! Oh! What a levelling he took there. How he managed to get off that, I'll never know.
He did fly, didn't he?
Crikey.
Kitadai the cat.
Well, that was definitely cat-like, wasn't it? Oh! The height was there. The entry was perfect. Uchima! Well, this Russian is really going for it. Brilliant. Tayatoshi steps across and again then through with a Cianagi. He actually did that bit of a spin himself. It wasn't that it was generated from the Russian. He actually cartwheeled over him. Good aerial awareness from the Brazilian, there's no doubt about it. But he's starting to accumulate these Shidos. Now that's the second one.
2 minutes to go as well.
And it's a long way to go, isn't it, when you're under that much pressure, and he is under pressure against this Russian.
Who was it that picked Lenin Preciado to win?
Me.
He's in the quarter-final.
Is he really?
No scorers yet, but down on mat number 3, he's got 2 penalties against him.
Oh!
Put him on his head this time.
Well, he
almost.
did, but that was his own turn. He came in for that Cianagi, came round the back though for the Kosota. Good combination, but I think too much extreme to the front, leaving himself a little bit less room to be able to finish the combination.
Katarina Mentz, can you believe it, has just scored on Laura Martinez in golden score down on mat number 1. Can't believe that one. Well done to Katarina Mentz, coming up with a terrific win there. Laura Martinez, it wasn't to be her day.
Representing Spain,
that's a good win for men's.
Yeah, yeah. Completely unexpected.
Yeah, totally.
Next contest on tatami 1, it's repechage. Women under 52 kilo. In blue for Israel, Geffen Primo. In white for Portugal, João Ramos.
Minute to go. Kitadai can't afford another penalty.
No, he's been under pressure right from the beginning. There's been a couple of moments that he... Oh, and again, look at that.
Oh, he's put him on the board now.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the crowd don't like it. Kitadai looks as though he's picked up a cut to the lip.
How can you not like what's been happening in there? It's been so exciting. And it really has been majority. Ooh, that was a bit nice, though.
Going to have to come up with something
like
a bit special.
Marotti Cianagi, nice. Come over the top. Well, can't write him off. He's definitely an experienced athlete. But the Russian really has done the majority of the work here. And if this is the final outcome that we get in the last 27 seconds, then he was a well-deserving win. And Marotti Cianagi
he's put him under so much pressure, hasn't he?
All the time, and his judo has been superb. Now he works his way in the niwaza, his upper body control there, which is good. But he's trapped between the legs, and he needs to get past there. But whether he's going to look... But he comes up trying to, once more... get round those legs, but with just 7 seconds to go, it's going to be a very tall order now. Well, Brazilian at the last stage, really, if he fought like that at the beginning, then it might have been a different outcome, but he allowed the openings for the Russian.
Preciado picks up a third penalty, by the way. So that's done for him.
Tatame de número 3. Avança para a semifinal.
Tatami 2, winner of the quarterfinal contest in white for Russia, Islam Yashuev. Islam Yashuev goes to the semi-final, and representing Brazil, Felipe Kitadai goes to the repechage.
Felipe Kitadai continua na competição, vai agora para a repescagem.
Right, I think we're going to go down to mat number 3. Manuel Lombardo of Italy faces Beslan Mudranov of Russia. That's mat number 1 that we've gone to, by the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, on tatami 3, the next quarter-final, men under 66 kilo. In blue for Russia, the all-Indian
there you go.
champion.
Manuel Lombardo of Italy in the white judogi faces Beslan Mudranov of Russia. It's Lombardo in the white judogi, Mudranov in blue. Both fighters pick up penalties for avoiding to take a grip. Lombardo almost putting the Olympic champion on his back there. Just getting him onto his right hip.
Well, he's persevering with that entry as he digs in deep with the head, and he's got that sleeve grip. Judo a piece with 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest. Lombardo was quite impressive in the World Championships. Picked up just fell short of a medal, taking a 5th place.
Yeah,
in
lovely
Tokyo,
judo.
but he was really on form, wasn't he?
Yeah, got really nice judo. I like watching him.
Yes, it's exciting to watch, isn't he? Junior world champion and a gold medalist in Tel Aviv this year.
He's got the small task of facing the current Olympic champion in the under 60 kilos in front of him at the moment.
Yeah, and world champion at 2014, wasn't he? It's a lot of maturity, isn't there? But he's doing well. Definitely is fighting well against him.
Was he world champion or silver medalist?
Oh, silver medalist. Silver medalist.
I thought so. That was in Chelyabinsk, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2014 silver medalist.
Do you know, so when somebody asks you something, but mine normally is, I don't know, I can't remember.
Yeah.
You know, but then when someone says something, then it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
You know, you just think, is that, you know?
Lombardo, as you can see, trying to throw the arm over the back. Oh, a little bit dangerous there. He was getting lifted.
Yeah, silver. I remember him coming up to our studio. We had this studio way up in the stands, and it looked down on the tatami. It was really, really nice.
Who did he lose against?
60 kilos, 2014 was it?
Yeah,
did you say?
2014.
Just trying to remember who it was. Well, didn't we have winning 1 year from was it Takato Nahisa? He won. Yeah, didn't he? I can have a look because it will say here. Well, championships here. Chelyabinsk. Takato Nahisa. There you go. That was a good guess, wasn't it? No, Ganbat. And I was going to say, didn't we have...
Takata got the bronze medal.
I was going to say, didn't we have 1 year Ganbat Bolbatar winning?
Ganbat, yeah.
That was the year Ganbat won it.
In white judogi, representing Portugal, Joana Ramos.
Joana Ramos won her contest down on mat number 1. That was in a repechage.
Qualifies for the bronze medal contest. Tatami 1, next repechage contest, women under 52 kilo. In blue for Poland, Agata Perez. In white for France, Astrid Neto.
So who won it in 15 then? Just trying to remember all these things. 15. Did Smetov win it 1 year?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
Smetov won it 1 year, didn't he?
Was that not earlier?
Yeah, he could have won it like 13 or something.
Yeah.
But then wasn't he coming out of juniors then?
Maybe. Well, this has really been a battle between these athletes. It's been a really interesting match, and 2 Shidos apiece now with just seconds remaining before we go into golden score, and there you have it. We're into golden score. And do you know what? Sometimes you always feel that the Russians are very good when it comes to the golden score in the opening seconds if they get an opportunity. If they let it go any longer, then they seem to lose momentum.
Yeah, Smetov won it in 15.
Was it Smetov in 15?
In 15, yeah. So Takato had to take a bit of a break then, didn't he? Because he didn't win it in 14. That was
Oh, see that?
Ganbat.
Yeah. Oh, Oh.
15 was Smetov, not quite enough. It wasn't quite joined up enough to give the score there, was it?
No, it was just a little. He got it so far, and then he changed direction, which meant that he went onto his bottom rather than his shoulder. Russian did well there to get off that. It was looking like Lombardo was taking himself into that semi-final. But he's got youth behind him, and he's definitely a very fit young athlete. And now, after some of the results he's got, especially in the World Championships, he's got to really be building on his confidence and his capability of been able to produce world-class judo.
Neither fighter can afford an error here.
No.
Don't want to see this go on penalties.
No, I'd like to see it. And both of them are capable of throwing and throwing big. So you can't write either one of them off there. Oh, and again, it's another good attack from Lombardo. But again, like you say, you don't really want two athletes like this to go out on a Shido and a Hansel Kamaki. They don't deserve it because they're both world class. Well, poor judgment there, and the Russian really trying to capitalise on that, because I think he really feels that there's a major threat here of him going out at the quarter-final stage and only getting a chance of a place in the...
Ooh, that was lovely.
That's it, it's got to be that.
Yeah,
It's got to be a Wazari.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, that was a good one.
Yeah, with the way the Wazari score is now, there's just enough there to give that.
Yeah. Well, it piled quite a bit of pressure on in that golden score. There was 3 opportunities there. But we'd just love to be a fly on the shoulder of them to find out what was said. But whatever it was, it put a smile on his face.
Yeah, he kind of just said to him, "You were the best." Yeah,
he was the best, but I was better.
Yeah. I think Madranov was saying, "It's no good telling me that now. You've just beaten me."
He was going, "Never mind, old man."
Yeah, never mind, old fella.
Lima is up now, and the Brazilians are really pushing hard here for places in this final block and a place on that podium. LeBlanc, for me, is one of my favourites and one of the top picks for me to get on that podium, if not win it. And he's up there. There's no doubt about it.
I think he's got a good chance here.
He's got a good chance.
This, yeah.
I think on this one he's got a good chance. And but looking at the performance of Lombardo, he's been looking really sharp today.
Well, I think I'm just talking about this particular contest. LeBlanc looks as though he's in the driving seat for this particular contest. He should take this one.
He should do. But the way the Brazilians have been fighting, they've been very good. You can't write them off at all. I've been very impressed in general throughout all the weight categories of the Brazilian team and how they've been able to cope. Well, there must be quite a bit of pressure on them, but obviously it's an advantage being in home soil.
Well, whatever is happening next, we're going to be going up to mat number 1. As soon as that repechage contest between Astrid Neto and Agata Perenc is finished, we're going to go up because it'll be Tsunoda Natsumi and Odette Giuffrida.
Oh, that'll be interesting.
Looking forward to seeing that. No score at the moment, just a single Shido against LeBlanc. And it's Agata Perenc who just defeated Astrid Neto up on mat number 1. Single score of Wazari was enough for the Polish fighter to take her place in the bronze medal contest. That was a repechage contest that's just finished up there. Right, if you want to continue watching Kylian Leblanc of France and William Lima of Brazil. Just click on 3 and you'll get that. But we're going to go down to mat number 1. We're going to see all of the contests in the first of the semi-finals in the under 52 kilo category. Tsunoda Natsumi of Japan faces Odette Giuffrida of Italy. It's Tsunoda in the white judogi, Giuffrida in blue. Nice big bow there from Odette Giuffrida.
Former world silver medalist Tsunoda Natsumi.
Whoop. And to Natsumi. Clash of heads.
She had a couple of clashes like that.
Yeah, do you remember?
Yeah, in the first, yeah.
Well, I remember the one in Abu Dhabi
Yes,
with
yeah.
Marlinda Kelmendi, that eventually Kelmendi couldn't compete any longer.
That's right.
Because the nose wouldn't stop bleeding. Anyway, Tsunoda, different kettle of fish here.
Oh, yes. She's a tough cookie, there's no doubt about it. It'll take more than a headbutt to get her off this podium.
Working on that shimiwaza. Giuffrida going to get rolled here if she's not careful. Onto the arm now. Whoop.
Oh,
onto the leg
goes.
Next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Stretching out. She can't go to the far side because then she'll be too weak. Yeah. Good defense there. Nice little exchange on the ground, however, that was a good one. Just warming up this one. We've had the first minute and a bit.
Yeah.
It's always going to take a bit of time when you've got two
so.
high quality athletes, especially the way that Giuffrida looks to defend. You know, she can be quite awkward at times. I'm just waiting for Tsunoda to open up here.
Well, she seems to be just taking her time. She's obviously, she knows that. She bowed off of that Shido. She knew that was coming. But you're not going to rush her. She's just, for me, she's one of these that will wait for the ultimate moment. She's not going to just put anything in just for the sake of feeling under pressure. It gives out the wrong signals for her. And we've seen a couple of times now that there's been some challenges, and it's only because out of fear factor against the Japanese. And when she's got over those hurdles and she manages to secure the ideal grip, the ultimate grip for her, she is able to then execute what she's very good at. And as you can see, she's trying desperately to get that left hand over the top. Giuffrida obviously knows her well, controlling off this and working off the sleeve grip. She comes in with an Ouchigari, overstretching herself. But Tsunoda slightly frustrated that she's not managing to get in.
That time, Giuffrida caught Tsunoda in the throat there, just a jab in the throat. Head butted her, throat punched her.
Sounds very attractive.
Any second now, she'll try some judo on her. Well, we've had 3 minutes of, you know,
it's been
posturing.
Very aggressive, hasn't it? And the gripping starts.
Oh,
we've seen that before. She does well to sort of settle it each time. We saw she scored an ippon earlier on, Tsunoda, when she came in for that ippon sinagi. She seems to pause and then takes it off a different direction, and that's off to the side. This time, Giuffrida was able to manage to get off it and no more. But that's the real threat against the Italian. That's Sinagi.
It's a good opponent for Tsunoda, a good test.
It is, definitely, and it's one of these challenging matches, but she comes with such pedigree as being an Olympic silver medalist that if this win will give her some credibility as such of having world-class athletes that she's possibly defeated to win a title. And that's really what it comes down to, is that credibility and who's in at that time when you win. And that can go for either way for Grifida as well. If she wins this match, then that's a really good result for her. Especially when you've got a lead up to the Olympic Games.
Another whack to the face.
And she really has been a bit of a punch bag, hasn't she?
Yeah. We got a replay of that last action between Tsunoda and Giuffrida. Once accident, twice. That's a coincidence. 3 is a pattern, isn't it?
Yeah, I think with this.
Oh, it's a little scratch.
No, it was a little.
Yeah, leave that.
She came up to try and break off the grip, and the hand was just in the way.
Yeah, that's an accident, Well, I wouldn't even go so far as to say untied. It just happened, didn't it?
Yes.
So, golden score. Tsunoda and Giuffrida. Giuffrida is penalty free, despite the fact that she's she's slightly untidy.
Yeah, she's working on those sleeves, and this is the frustration for the Japanese. She's got both her hands all tied up. She's desperately trying to get free of that, even to work on the sodi or whatever. But with those sleeves, it's a real tactical ploy from Grifida. She's sleeves and she drops, sleeves and drops.
It's another whack in the face.
Yeah.
It's just untidy. No good sticking your hands out, it's really untidy.
Well, she's managed to get a grip, but straight away Grifida drops in to block. She uses that arm to block any, and that's rightly so. She used that to block the leg to stop her engaging.
Picks up a penalty.
And Lima beats Le Bon.
Yeah, 3 penalties picked up by the Frenchman. The third one was very unfortunate, but there you go. Cernaghi left-sided again from Tsunoda, but she bailed out of the attack. Almost countered there. Again, working on the ground. Tsunoda perfectly happy to be in that position.
Well, I think this has been quite a frustrating match for Tsunoda.
Just got to try and remain focused
here,
Tsunoda. Don't want to get drawn into the tactics of Giuffrida.
Representing Serbia, Jovana Rogic.
She is battling away, Grifida, there, but like you say, the hands are very erratic, aren't they? That she fires them forward all the time. Well, she's got the sleeve now. She's got the high collar now. This is the first time.
Winner of the quarter-final contest on Tatami 2 in white for Germany, Sebastian Seidel. Seidel goes to the semi-final.
Working it to the edge of the mat. Oh, this is a chance. Tsunoda. There was an exchange there of a head. She got the grip, but rather than react, the Japanese just moved ahead and sort of with the frustration just carried on, because she knew for once she had the advantage of the Kimikata for once. And there she gets the Shido for working the edge of the contest area, and rightly so.
Giuffrida was looking to have Tsunoda pick up a penalty.
Oh, Giuffrida gets that high collar. She traps the arm. Oh, Giuffrida working in the Niwaza, tries to get that turnover. It's coming up to 3 minutes now in golden score. 7 minutes they've been battling away here. 2 Shidos to 1.
The dummy 3, winner of the repechage contest.
Both fighters on 2 penalties apiece here.
Telma Monteiro. The Olympic medalist Telma Monteiro qualifies for the bronze medal contest. The dummy 3, next contest, semi-final, women under 57 kilograms. In blue judogi, representing Great Britain, Dakota Smith-Davis. In white judogi, representing Germany, Teresa Stoll.
Got to try and free up the hands here, Tsunoda. Can't do anything from that position.
Temiwaza attempt there. She tries to draw her down into the Niwaza. Possibly another option she's looking at because she can't seem to get past her. Those sleeves, a very tactical match on the part of the Italian.
Oh,
and what she really hasn't, and what she hasn't had an opportunity is maybe trying to do something down in the Niwaza.
Yeah, Tsunoda had one go early on.
Yes, just one.
And after that, she hasn't had the opportunities, I don't think. I don't think she's been physical enough with Giuffrida to be honest.
I don't think she matches her aggressiveness.
Yeah.
Because Giuffrida is, for me, is very aggressive in her approach to this contest, and Tsunoda has just she's been taking a lot of punishment out there and she's not reacted, has she?
No.
I think if she gave a little bit more of her medicine back, we could see a different reaction from the Italian. But she's getting it her own way at this moment. The way that this match has gone, it's been aggressive. She's hitting her first all the time. She's a few loose cannons as far as the arms are concerned, and she's been caught in the face quite too many times, really, to be honest, in this semi-final match. But still, Tsunoda doesn't react. It's still the same pace. She just digs in and she waits for an opportunity rather than taking control of this.
5 minutes of golden score already. Better grip with the right hand now, Tsunoda. She's controlling the left sleeve now. Should be able to put some pressure on. Nice Seotoshi, left-sided from Giuffrida.
That was one of the best techniques we've seen.
What's the problem?
The number 2, winner of the repechage contest in blue for France, Sarah Leonie Sizid.
Right.
Well, it makes it difficult to have any sympathy for Tsunoda as the number 3. Okay, she's actually the number 2 Japanese, because she's ahead of Shishime. But with the picks that the Japanese have made, they've demonstrated that really she's their number 3, and that performance was the performance of a number 3.
Yeah. I totally agree with you on there. I think really what she lacked was aggression, and she was taking second best in this match all the time. Giuffrida outfought her and was much more the aggressor.
I've got no doubt that there are times when she wonders why it is that she doesn't get the big picks, that Abe, of course, gets the number 1 picks, Shishimi gets the number 2, and she gets the number 3. Well, that was why. You know, you had a chance here. There's no other Japanese in the weight category. It's a grand slam. You could have been, you know, in the final, and you gave up that performance. I'm really sorry, that's harsh.
And all she needed to do was dig in and start fighting back. And she was on the receiving end, even of the blows. She was on the receiving end, and she was shugging it off. But there was no grit in there, and that's what she needed, a real grit and determination and a real bit of spirit. And she just didn't have that spirit. She was still trying to play judo. It was like a randori for her.
Exactly.
And sadly, that wasn't going to pay off against Guidfrida.
Well, we've got the semi-final in the under 52 kilo category. So all Brazil affair. Larissa Pimenta against Eloides Valentim. This is on mat 1. We're going to go to mat number 2, because on mat number 2 is another all Brazilian affair. Rafaela Silva faces Caitlin Nascimento. This is in the under 57 kilo category. It's Silva in the white judogi, Nascimento in blue, and it's Nascimento who leads, by the way.
Hey, goodness
with
me.
2:40 odd left to go. Nascimento leading the Olympic champion. What a turn up for the book that would be.
Definitely.
And you know, it's quite often the home fighters who give the top fighters in the weight category a real run for their money, because they've got so much to prove.
They've got so much to prove, all to gain, nothing to lose attitude as well, haven't they? Sometimes it can be in the underdog, means that if you lose to an Olympic champion. If you win, what an upset that is. And Nascimento, for me, is actually quite a nice judo player. She's got lovely judo. She's got some very good skills there. But does she have the aggressive approach and the experience that Silva comes with on this tatami right now in this semi-final?
Well, the good thing for Silva is that she's got 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes. So half the contest is still to come. She just picked up a penalty there. Strong effort from Silva, fought off by Nascimento. Lunging Kojigari from Nascimento, but Silva blocked that one.
Well, it's definitely a battle of grips at this moment as they work, and Nascimento with the wazari controls with their high collar grip, finds herself backed off on the edge of the contest here, and she's got to be careful in dropping out of the way, and she's already got 1 Shido on the board. Well, Silva there, Kosota tries to come round the waist there. Nascimento now picks up the first Shido. Just under a minute remaining in the contest. Oh, a real attempt there to come back with just under half a minute remaining.
Nascimento's going to steal this, isn't
I
she?
think she is. It's looking very much, but you can't write off Silva. She can, and she's able to dig in deep when necessary, but the fact that they're both Brazilian, they know each other so well. So Nascimento, I think, maybe has got enough technically and tactically to be able to keep this one at bay. And she's got two Shidos. She can't afford another false attack like we've just seen. And oh, crikey!
It's no different from the one before.
One before, it was exactly the same, wasn't it?
Except that on 2 occasions now.
Oh!
on 2 occasions.
Did she? No, she
Rafaela
didn't get
Silva hasn't been at her start point.
No.
Nor has Nascimento when the referee's called Hajime. I'd have sorted out the first one.
Mm.
And this is where I want them starting.
Oof. That was a close one.
Yep.
Very, very close. Will they give that? She really... Oh, that looks like a Wazari to me. Well, they're giving it to her. They never gave her the Wazari. I actually thought that was a Wazari. But obviously we're seeing at the front that the side that we're really looking for is to the rear, which is, I think, which is the side that the referee was on.
The repechage, men under 60 kg.
Tatame de número 2, agora repescagem. Vamos juntos. A categoria até 60 quilos. De judoquinha azul do Brasil, Felipe Quintana.
Repechage contest on mat number 1 and 2. Let's go down to mat number 3 then, because there's a semi-final taking place on mat number 3 between Theresa Stoll of Germany. She's up against Dakota Smith-Davis of Great Britain.
Tatame 3, winner of the semi-final in blue.
Okay, let's go down to mat number 3 then and watch the contest between Rodrigo Costa Lopez of Portugal. He's up against Lenin Preciado of Ecuador. It's Lopez in the white judogi, Preciado in blue.
Germany, Theresa Stoll will compete for the bronze.
Well, that's a good win for Smythe Davis, who also finds herself in the final of the under-57s.
See, you know, there are times when your standing in the rankings and your position and your experience demand that you take a certain medal at a competition, that you have a certain finish at a competition. Otherwise, you've lost your opportunity. I don't think I've ever seen anybody who was lucky to win a medal. And the reason I say that is you don't win a medal on one fight. You need to get to that medal contest. So if you need 3 fights to get to the medal contest, well, you were lucky 3 times. I don't think so.
No.
You might be lucky in the contest, but the medal win is not lucky because you had to fight to get to that medal contest where you may have had a bit of luck. So Dakota Smith-Davis being in the final of the under 57 kilo category, to me, it's got nothing to do with luck.
No, it's no surprise at all.
It's no surprise at all. She should be there or thereabouts. So the fact that she's got herself in the final and she's not facing the number 1 seed, Rafaela Silva. She is facing a Brazilian, but not the number 1 seed. It's Caitlin Nascimento. So any other result apart from Smith-Davis winning, people are going to say, you know, that Nascimento was lucky. There's no luck about it. No. Nascimento has fought her way. She's beaten the Olympic champion. She finds herself in the final. Smith-Davis has battled her way. She's found herself, you know, in the final. And no one can say if she wins, she was lucky that she didn't have to fight Rafaela Silva. No, she will have fought and beaten the person that beat Silva. So, you know, luck doesn't come into it, sorry. Good chance there, really. Good chance there for Dakota Smith-Davis to take
gold
medal at a Grand Slam.
This would be a good result for her to get this gold medal. But based on the Brazilian's performance just there, She's going to be a tough one to move, and home soil. She's a good athlete. Nice judo.
Yeah, for me, when you get that kind of result, you know, like a shock result, oh dear,
you could
yeah,
feel that one, couldn't you?
You can see the referee thinking, should I have called mate here? They're going to have a look at this. This action is under review. See, he hasn't hooked, he hasn't wrapped the leg around. It's at the back. Look at the referee's eyes. Whoops.
Alright, so
see, if you wrap the leg around, yeah, but he hasn't. He's setting himself up. Yeah, looks alright, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And he knows it as well.
What are we going to do with this one?
Cross grip. But how long does he hold it for until he lets it? I think where the referee has been looking on this one, he just feels that position and the way he's held it, he held it far too long before executing.
You mean the belt?
Yeah.
Okay, well then it's a Shido. Shido blue. It's either Shido blue or Ippon blue. Yeah.
Shido blue.
Shido, yeah.
Yeah.
And the indicated with the leg.
Yeah. He was just holding far too long in that position. And for me...
Okay, that's all right. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Well explained by the referee, and we had the benefit of the replay as well. 2 penalties picked up by Preciado. He needs a save here. That was the term that I was using with Anthony Corelli a week or so ago, when you come back from a position where you were expected to lose and you come back and win, you saved. He's going to get 3rd penalty here. No, got away with that one.
Well, Lopez is really battling his way through here, isn't he, against... All right, the 3rd and final Shido. Lopez takes that win, and he'll go into fight for a bronze medal.
The winner of the repechage in white for Portugal, Rodrigo Costa Lopez.
There's another one who failed to grasp the opportunity when it was given to him. Lenin Preciado wasn't the most difficult of draws.
No, he had an opportunity to get on that podium based on his experience and being a South American.
Missed
he
out
had a
there.
chance, didn't he?
Yeah, missed out.
Qualifies for the bronze medal contest.
Vamos então para o tatame de número 3, semifinal, categoria até 60 quilos.
Eric Takabatake of Brazil faces Renan Torres. His teammate, the 2 Brazilians, go head-to-head here. Takabatake in the white judogi, Torres in blue.
Tatame de número 2, semifinal, categoria até 60 quilos. De judogi azul da Rússia, Islam Yashuev. E de judogi branco do Brasil, Alan Coabara.
We may have a slightly different take on the under 60 kilo category semi-final on the adjoining mat, which is mat 2. Let's go there. If you want to watch Takabatake and Torres, then click on 3. You'll get that. But we're going to go to mat number 2 to pick up the contest between Alan Coabara of Brazil. He's up against Islam Yashuev of Russia. It's Coabara in the white judogi, Yashuev in blue. We join the contest with only 30 seconds gone. There's no score Here's Loretta Cusack-Doyle.
Thank you. Well, this Brazilian has looked quite impressive, and there again shows how impressive he can be as he works his way in the Niwaza. Kurabara. Oh, what a finish! Oh, well, that's to the delight of this crowd. Well, he has been on fire, this young man from Brazil. And he made that one look so easy, effortless there. Comes across the Ouchigari, but there was the Cianagi move, taking it off to the edge there. Oh, sharp.
Vamos para o tatame de número 1. Semifinal feminino.
Ochi Morote Cianagi, nicely done. Oh, that was good. Nice, nice technique. Well, that's going to lead to a very exciting final, I think.
Vai em busca da medalha de ouro de judo branco do Brasil,
Well, we can go back down to mat number 3 now to see who it is that Kuwabara is going to face in that final, and it's going to be a Brazilian gold medal.
Yeah,
because we've got Kuwabara in the final already, and his opponent will be the winner of this contest between Eric Takabataki in the white judogi and Renan Torres in blue. Both fighters have picked up 2 penalties apiece. We've got a little over a minute left to go.
Oh, well, he dug in deep there. He was really pushing hard. Takabataki just braced hard enough there not to avoid being scored on. Now into golden score. No real surprises here. They both know each other so well. It was always going to be a very tough semi-final match.
Torres doesn't like the action, but Takabatake is perfectly happy with it. Let's have a look here, what it is that he doesn't like. He goes onto the ground. Sorry.
Yeah, that's
what's not to like?
You took him back, yeah.
You know?
Good tewaza.
There is no point at which Takabatake is in newaza. Torres is on the ground.
There he's up on his feet, and there it's finished.
Yeah. So Timmy was as well at the end there, you know. Sorry. I know it's not the most attractive. We're not talking about whether it looks nice. It's whether it meets the rules. Yeah.
Yep, it
does. Right, let's go down to mat number 1. Let's see what's happening in the semi-final between Gabriela Cebana of Brazil and Czernowicki Eva of Hungary. It will be Cebana in the white judogi, Czernowicki in blue. We join the contest with just a little under a minute left to go, and it's Cebana who leads by Wazari. She's picked up a single penalty. She could afford to burn one, which she does now. There's no attack there. Sometimes I don't know how they get away with that. There was no attack there. She was just looking to avoid anything with Czernowicki.
She came in there, she's
got
got that sneaky little koichigari though, hasn't she? And the shimmy was, it looks like it's on there. Oh, I thought that was the submission.
Just grab the sleeve, just watch the hand from Czernowicki. Czernowicki complaining about it being across the face.
She looks a little bit distraught as well, doesn't she, Czernowicki?
Last few seconds here, Czernowicki chasing Cebana.
Oh, just seconds remaining.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
It's impossible. The first one was worse than that, you know, and now they give her a penalty. What was wrong with the one before?
Yeah.
Really, really sorry. But there was an attack before from Cebana where she had no intention
of
throwing her. At least she threw something in there with the leg, you know. It has to be uniform. The scores and the penalties have to be uniform. And I'm really, really sorry, but there was no uniformity there.
No.
The one before was, for me, clearly a Judo offence. That one, you know, you could have left. And immediately that she did it, they gave the penalty. As like, well, we missed that last one round. We better give
it to her now.
Better give it to her now.
1 second remaining. Yeah, big deal.
Nice score.
Oh, Costa, the little pocket rocket. I just love her. She's so dynamic.
Nice to see that our IJF staff are completely impartial when that score went up. Technical staff up there was punching the air in celebration.
Really?
I wonder who he's rooting for then.
Yeah.
I've noticed that all the scoreboards and all the technical things are working perfectly now.
Yes.
We got Caterina Costa on the tatami. Can't let anything go wrong now. Wazari's the lead here with plenty of time left on the clock. Big task here for Katarina Mentz. Loretta Cusack-Doyle is going to pay close attention to this one whilst I go back and have that bee in my bonnet.
Yeah, I think you need to let that one go.
I'm going to take it to them.
Go.
I'm going to see them about it. Ask them what's going on. How are we supposed to help you out if you know, doing that kind of stuff?
Sorry, a good Sodi there. Costa remaining in the lead. Judo been awarded now to men's. A little bit of salt in the wound, that one. Not only is she trailing with a Wazari, she's also got a Shido against her. Costa just controlling nicely now, looking for an opportunity. Comes in, digs in into the Niwaza. Doesn't look like there's much on offer. And the referee obviously feels exactly the same. So the attempt once more. Then starting to look a little bit frustrated out there. I think this is just reflecting on a performance as well. She overstretches herself with that Kosota. Costa digs in deep in the Niwaza. Looks for the Shimiwaza first now, opts for the Sangaku.
Tatami 3, golden score.
Costa trying to draw her back down into the Niwaza. 1.5 minutes remaining in this semi-final. Men's coming in for the Ouchigari, more or less showing it rather than executing it. Costa picking up her first Shido, so it's a 2-1 on the Shidos. A Wazari for Costa. Men's now in a good position here as that cross grip came round the back, hooked in for the Ouchigari, the Uchimata, and switched it to a Sumigeshi. A good combination, just didn't have full contact of Costa. Come round the back deep enough, hooked in with that Ouchigari, then switched it through. So it was the Uchimata, Ouchigari, Sumigeshi. Nice combination of techniques there from Men's. So the attempt, just to the opposite side now. Well, there's a lot of work coming out of the German in the last stages of this contest as she trails with one Wazari and 2 Shidos. Has to stay fully engaged, otherwise one more Shido would result in the Hansokimaki. Costa coming in for the Seanagi. Wasn't really convinced on that Seanagi, to be honest.
Right, well, I've had a look at the action that I was so upset about earlier on, and in fact it turns out that it wasn't a Shido. Now that I've had another look at it.
Wasn't it?
No, it wasn't, because I don't think it was an attack. Comes at about 40 odd seconds in the just before the end of the contest, if those of you want to go and have a look at it, but I don't think anybody's that interested.
No.
Loretta and I will have a look. Meanwhile, Costa and Mentz continue to battle away. A few seconds left. This one's going Costa's way.
Definitely. Good result.
See, it's Chernovitsky who's attacking,
Yeah.
and she just defends. So there's no attack there.
No.
So there's no false attack. That's okay. Right, we've got a semi-final taking place on mat number 2. Let's go there and have a look at Daniel Kargnin of Brazil. He's up against Sebastian Seidel of Germany. It's Kargnin in the white judogi, Seidel in blue. There's no score as yet. Kagnen has picked up a single Shido, Seidel has picked up 2, and we've got a little under a minute left to go. Yeah, sometimes, you know, you can see something, get a little bit excited, and it actually turns out to be something else. And in that case, it was not Chernovitsky attacking, it was Chernovitsky defending against an attack from Chibana, so that was okay. Almost off the sleeves there, Daniel Kagnen. Loretta got her sheets up nice and up to date, well done.
Tatame 2, golden score.
Well, they battle away here in this golden score. 2 Shidos to 1.
On tatami 2.
Kagnen doing extremely well. Just to keep, well, there you have Seidel putting the pressure on him. Works towards the edge of the, that was a bit of a dodgy one, I would say. Possibly a Shido for Kagnen.
For me, if he gives Shido, I'm okay with that, because
yeah, I just thought that was a false attack because he was
not
pushed
trying to
the
throw him.
edge.
Yeah, you want a way out. You're throwing a little attack, but you don't want to expose yourself, so you just bail out.
Yeah, I'm surprised that wasn't given, because that just seemed a way of being able to avoid going off the edge of the mat. He came in with a Sienagi, but there was no control on it.
Kilian Lebluc has won his.
Qualifies for the bronze medal contest.
He's won his repechage contest, so he goes for the bronze. Not far off.
Ladies and gentlemen,
good man.
Tatami 3, the last semi-final, men under 66 kilo.
Oh, there we go. This one is over and done with. Yeah, Zabi's going to get a third one, I'm afraid.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, for the first day, Brazil have done extremely well. The amount they've got into this final block.
We're going to go down to mat number 3 to see the semi-final between Manuel Lombardo of Italy. He's up against William Lima of Brazil. It's Lombardo in the white judogi, Lima in blue. And as I said, earlier this morning, as an athlete, when you get that opportunity to take advantage of conditions that have look as though they're in your favour, you can't let that escape. You can't let that get away. You've got to take advantage of it. And I'm not going to say which of the Brazilian fighters have taken advantage of it. I'm just going to say Brazil has.
I think Brazil definitely have. They've taken full advantage of being on home soil
and staging the event.
And this crowd have been supportive, but in some cases, some of the athletes that you would have predicted to do better have not been able to perform under the pressure. They've allowed the opportunity for in some cases, for the Brazilians to come through and fight the way they have. And they have fought with extreme heart and determination in most of the cases, but they also have that nice flair, I think, in their technical presence. Not only can they fight hard, but they have this sort of Japanese sort of flair about them and their technical expertise. So I think they've done extremely well.
Yeah, we're going to do a wrap up anyway in a couple of minutes' time, and at that point we'll be able to talk through, the talking points, if you like, of today's competition. Loretta's always good at that. She's comes out with a few gems. So
Gems.
see what she's been able to unearth from today's competition. Lima looking to make something happen. However, Lombardo just wants to tuck that gi in if he's sensible. Don't want to leave that hanging around there for too long. He's distracted by the fact that his finger is causing him some problems. But right now, it would be a good idea to tidy your gi up.
Well, the crowd are really trying to push this, aren't they?
And the referee in the middle, Lubomir Peter, didn't say anything to him. He left him, and when Lombardo looked as though he was ready to go, he stopped him and said, "Hey, tidy your gi up." So you get that one warning. He's just had it. Well, Lombardo picks up a penalty for passivity. Okay, he's only a young man. Slightly distracted by problems with his hands. Yep, he's tucking his gi in now though.
Once bitten, twice shy. Definitely ain't going to get that one done again on him.
Nice pressure here from Lombardo. Standing attack and then straight into an attack on the ground. Just letting Lima know where he is. Too far away. Lombardo could see that one coming. See, for as long as he tidies it up himself, the referee's not going to tell him anything. Take yourself 10, 15 seconds, tidy yourself up. I have to. If you're going to warn me, I'm going to need time to tidy it up. So there's no problem with that. It's not as though he's untucking or undoing the gi himself. When it comes undone, he just tidies himself up. Minute to go. Penalty apiece, no score as yet. Lombardo trying to find a way through the tactical positioning, the physical positioning of William Lima. Too far away again. Almost caught him with the, what was that? Joko Wakare almost. Coming out with all sorts of efforts here. Yep, and he does catch him now. Great work from Lombardo. Good time to score. And Lombardo leads with 15 seconds left to go.
Well, the timing is just perfect for him there. I can't see that changing.
Pencil that one in then, Loretta. Looks as though that's where this one is going. Tidy your gear up again, Lombardo. Take your time. Well done. We can do a bit of celebrating. Why not? He's see, done it again. Why not? I assure you that's going to be the last time. It's a good score from Lombardo. Yeah, got right underneath him.
Winner of the semi-final contest in white for Italy,
Yeah.
Manuel Lombardo. Lombardo goes to the
more to the front.
Yeah. Not, I mean, that was something else, but earlier on he tried that.
Yes,
right,
yeah.
we're going to give you a quick wrap-up of today's action. We're probably just going to look through to see who is in the finals. We'll just look at the finals, and we'll start by the under 48 kilo category. Gabriela Chibana, great job done by the young Brazilian, been around for a little while now.
Yes.
No real surprise, because you know she is at home. It's not the strongest field, but she did beat the number one seed Milica Nikolic, who must be so disappointed in that she's going to go up against Katerina Costa already.
I think that she's going to be obviously disappointed, but she would have expected something. This was going to be a tough match for her, because they have fought before and a year ago, and Chibana had beaten her 1 year previous. So she knew, obviously she's got to have known that going into this match on home soil it was going to be tricky. And but when you actually look at the draw and the seedings, we've only really got the number 2 seed is Costa that came through, and she's now in that final. But you've got Riccioni and Martinez Ablende that's they're going to be battling away for a bronze medal, and that they were obviously in those seeding positions, which gave them the sort of the starting point of an advantage. So it'd be interesting to see, but I still go with what I felt at the beginning. Although Chibana is on form, I still think Costa is capable of taking the gold medal here today.
Okay, I think that's a good call. We'll come to the under 52 kilo category, and then the final is going to be Odette Giuffrida of Italy to face Larissa Pimenta of Brazil.
Well, I think the experience that what we've seen with Giuffrida is that of the Olympic silver medalist. She has shown the class that she is, and the experience that has carried her through, and with some really tricky sort of stages. But I think that she'll most probably take that number 1 spot. I can't see she not being the champion of the day. She's maybe not the most prettiest of fighters, but what I say, she is a fighter, and she digs in deep, and she's able to keep going regardless, and she's a spoiler at times, a real spoiler of judo. Anybody that's got the ability to throw big tactically, she's fully aware of that, and she knows how to work a match.
I think it's going to be difficult for Pimenta. We can just ask, either we can ask Mitya or Fabio Vasconcelos just to turn that a little bit now that it's gone. Well, you'll have to ask them. Right, okay, so that is the under 52 kilo category. The under 57 kilo category, that is going to be Nascimento of Brazil to go up against Nakoda Smith-Davis of Great Britain.
Well, I think Nakoda is on form, and I think what she's really proved to herself today from the World Championships is that her conditioning's getting better. She's got a lot more experience. She's up against a very tough opponent that's defeated the Olympic champion Silva. So she will be fully confident in going in on home soil with this home crowd behind her. But I think for Smythe-Davies, she's got experience. She's got those results under her belt. And what was the only niggling point for her was her condition good? And I think that's been tested today. So I think she could end up with that gold medal around her neck. I hope so.
Caitlin Nascimento has done a good job to get to the final. I just got the feeling that, you know, when you are an underdog and you come up with a really good win, then normally you've played your card already.
That's
she's
correct.
played that card against Silva. She won out there. Great win. It will probably be a bridge too far to come up with a
That's
second
equivalent
big
of a gold medal, isn't it? She's guaranteed a medal. She's done her job, and she's defeated not only someone in her own team, but also the Olympic champion.
Okay, we've got Alan Kuwabara, an unseeded Brazilian in the under 60 kilo category. He's made his way to the final. He'll fight his teammate Eric Takabatake of Brazil.
Kuwabara, for me, I think he's been on form.
He
looks good. He's got a nice judo. He's got some lovely skills there, and the fact that they know each other so well, I think it will be a matter of the skill factor. Who's able to throw? and I think that's what it'll be down to. And for me, Kurabara is the one who's looking sharp.
Well, Eric Takabataki had a really tough semi-final against another Brazilian, Renan Torres, and there was just this amazing relief when he won. You could see how just relieved he was. And maybe Renan Torres is the one that he feared most. He just seemed so happy to be able to get past him. We don't know as much about Alan Kubabara, the other Brazilian, and it could be that he's already done, like Nascimento, done as much as he can today, because there's a reason why Takabatake is their number one. And Kuwabara and Torres and Kitadai, they come behind him.
Well, when you look at Kurabara and his lineup in that top half, he beat the number one seed. He went on to beat the Russian in that quarter final, and he made that look easy.
Yeah.
That wasn't. He didn't struggle on that because the skills were there. He's so exciting to watch. But it would be quite, for me personally, I think it'd be a disappointment not to see him on the number one spot.
Okay, well, up to this point, we come now to the under 66 kilo category, and up to this point, all 4 of the top seeds, number 1 seeds, were knocked out. Either they went into the repechage or something, or they went out of the competition altogether. Daniel Cargnin of Brazil was the only one, number 1, to make it into the final, and he will be up against Manuel Lombardo.
So this is the weight
Italy.
category that had not only 1 and 2 in the top seed that have made it into the final. Lombardo, for me, he's an exciting judo player. He's a young athlete coming through. Cargnin, I think, he's on home soil. This crowd are really behind the athletes. It might be the slight percentage he needs to take the gold spot, but it'll be a battle and a half between those two. I think it'll be quite an interesting final to watch, because both are very exciting judo players, and they can throw, and so it'll be interesting. Very interesting. Right,
we'll be back in 50 minutes from now with all the medal matches on day 1 of competition in Brasilia. But from Loretta Cusat Doyle and myself, it's bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.